Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
51. Jiang Fu immediately thought of the missing medical record in the hospital. That was only at that time. The first person Jiang Fu thought of was Old Wu, the man Gu Fangdong had hired to kill her. They suspected the other party was trying to tamper with their medical records to harm them. At that time, Jiang Fu was also constantly on guard, watching for any suspicious individuals in the hospital. So when he met Zhang Qilin, he didn't think about it in any other way, unexpectedly. It turned out that this kid had managed to deceive everyone and line his own pockets. Jiang Fu used her mental power to scan Zhang Qilin. I saw him covering his nose with his hand and secretly glancing back this way. Zhang Qilin's qi and blood, unsurprisingly, have already reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. Jiang Fu asked expressionlessly. Zhang Qilin said he gave me the qi and blood pill. The boy in front of me is named Wang Yang. He was momentarily stunned upon hearing Jiang Fu's words. I realized it immediately. Wang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean Zhang Qilin didn't give you the qi and blood pill? Without qi and blood pills, how will you? A few days ago, when Jiang Fu was brought back from the wilderness, many classmates visited him at that time. He was completely unconscious and barely breathing. That's practically the same as being dead. Jiang Fu stood up expressionlessly, walked towards the front row, but they hadn't taken more than a few steps. He covered his nose and retreated as if fleeing. Who bought some stir-fried lamb with scallions and didn't eat it? It's gone bad in the classroom. Jiang Fu muttered something under her breath at this time. He only then noticed the new homeroom teacher Chen Waiju had left the classroom some time earlier, and the students in the front row of the classroom, they were either pinching their noses or constantly fanning themselves. Han Riobing's face flushed red. She scratched her leg while sniffing herself. Han Riobing's deskmate had already started to bend over and dry heave. Jiang Fu, he realized it immediately. What is this rotten, sour smell from stir-fried mutton with scallions? Han Riobing's body odor, holy crap. This is a case of inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while losing 800 of your own. Shi Jia, who was sitting by the window, had already quietly opened it, and at this moment, the class began to stir. The students sitting by the window also opened their windows to let fresh air into the classroom. Why don't you go back and take a shower? Han Riobing's deskmate, her face deathly pale, said between retching. You're practically a human biological weapon, Zhu. Han Riobing's eyes reddened. She covered her face and fled the classroom in a panic. The wind it stirred up along the way. They all taste like stir-fried mutton with scallions, the sour and pungent version. With Han Riobing's departure, the smell in the classroom gradually dissipated. Original. Many people are still unsure of the source of that smell. Now we see Han Riobing leaving. The flavor immediately diminished. That's when it was finally confirmed. The scent was coming from the class beauty. The class beauty has body odor. No wonder Jiang Fu vomited earlier. Jiang Fu also breathed a sigh of relief. Han Riobing and Guo Xiaofeng are birds of a feather. Find an opportunity to send her to Guo Xiaofeng's place to keep him company. He secretly made up his mind. Jiang Fu then looked at Zhang Qilin. Zhang Qilin, shouldn't you give me the qi and blood pills that teacher Su asked you to buy? The words had barely left his mouth. The classroom fell silent instantly, the student, still a little groggy from just being exposed to body odor. Their gazes instantly focused on Zhang Qilin. What did Jiang Fu mean by that? Did Zhang Qilin not give the qi and blood pill to Jiang Fu? Zhang Qilin's face turned pale. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Sun Yunyuan, sitting next to Zhang Qilin, also looked somewhat unnatural. Zhang Qilin's eyes darted around. He immediately shouted, I don't understand what you're saying. I gave you the chi and blood pill when we were in the hospital. Otherwise, how would you be standing here? Something without evidence. Just stubbornly refused to admit it. Jiang Fu glanced at Zhang Qilin. Don't you know that there's something in this world called surveillance? Zhang Qilin's expression froze. He then sneered, then go check the security footage. Jiang Fu, I considered you my best friend. I never expected you to slander me like this. I'm breaking off our friendships. I'm breaking off our friendships. Han Ryubing's desk mate looked puzzled. You consider him your best friend. Isn't he just the biggest sucker? A lot of the cultivation resources the school awarded Jiang Fu ended up in your mouth. Zhang Qilin glared at him. Somewhat agitated, he gave it to me willingly. What does it have to do with me? Jiang Fu pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. Hospital surveillance, it doesn't really prove anything. But Jiang Fu took out her phone. She nudged Shiju next to her Xiaoju. Do you know how to edit videos? Shiju smiled when she heard Jiang Fu address her that way. Yes, I will. Send me the video, then. Jiang Fu handed the phone directly to Shiju. Shiju took it and opened the photo album. There aren't many photos in the album, besides a long video. There are also quite a few photos, most of the time. It was Shiju wearing that fluffy panda loungewear. Some people are sitting on the sofa playing on their phones. Some were lost in thought holding their phones. There were also people whose eyes lit up when they saw the sweet and sour pork ribs. Even she didn't know when this was taken. Jiang Fu saw Shiju staring at the photo. Somewhat awkwardly said, I just think you look especially good in that outfit. Shiju said in a serious tone, it really is beautiful. As she spoke, she selected a few particularly good photos and posted them to her phone via Jiang Fu's social media account. Remember to send me the photos next time you take them. Jiang Fu okay. Wang Yang sitting in the front row craned his neck trying to see what kind of photo it was. But Jiang Fu blocked her way. Shiju downloaded several more apps onto Jiang Fu's phone. Then I started editing the video. Zhang Qilin, who was ahead, noticed that Jiang Fu hadn't made any move for a long time. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems he was just bluffing. Even if he found the hospital's surveillance footage, I could also say that I gave it to him outside the hospital. They stubbornly refused to admit it not long after. Shiju has finished editing the video, all right. Shiju returned the phone to Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu said to Wang Yang, this is my account. Please add me to the class group before. Jiang Fu doesn't have a cell phone, so she's never been in the class group chat. Wang Yang quickly added Jiang Fu. They added him to the class group chat then. Jiang Fu then posted the video that Shiju had edited to the class group. Immediately, he sneered at Zhang Qilin in the front row. Zhang Qilin, me evidence is ready. I hope you also have enough evidence to prove your innocence. Fortunately, to keep an eye on Lao Wu, he secretly turned on his phone camera while he was at the hospital. Otherwise, what happened today? Jiang Fu could certainly make Zhang Qilin die like Han Ryubing, or even simply kill him. But he had to swallow this bitter pill himself. The students in the class heard Jiang Fu's words. I quickly took out my phone. I opened the class group chat. I spotted the video Jiang Fu posted right away. Jiang Fu's medical record was lost from her hospital room. He and the nurse went to print new medical records. And then I ran into Zhang Qilin at the pharmacy entrance. In the end, Jiang Fu spent her own money to buy the qi and blood pills. The entire process was clear and complete, especially the conversation between Jiang Fu and Zhang Qilin in front of the pharmacy, and the scene where Zhang Qilin hid the qi and blood pill behind his back. It was all clearly recorded by the camera, but later on, the conversation between Jiang Fu and the pharmacist was recorded word for word. It reached everyone's ears. There's even more to come. After Jiang Fu left the hospital, I went straight to the supermarket not far from the hospital. During this time, Jiang Fu did not encounter Zhang Qilin again. Jiang Fu looked at Zhang Qilin in the front row and spoke again. I have already presented the evidence. It's your turn to prove your innocence. 52. Jiang Qilin's eyes were fixed on the phone screen. His face flushed red and then turned pale. This Jiang Fu. They actually recorded the entire incident at the hospital using their phone. Prove your innocence. He has absolutely no innocence. Jiang Qilin gritted his teeth and said defiantly, I gave it to you after you left the supermarket. The video abruptly ends shortly after Jiang Fu enters the supermarket. Jiang Fu heard this. Their gaze shifted to Sun Yuanyuan, who was standing next to Jiang Qilin. Hey classmate, did you see him give it to me? Now. A look of panic flashed across Sun Yuanyuan's face. But then she quickly remembered something and gritted her teeth saying, yes, I can testify. Jiang Qilin waited outside the supermarket the whole time. He gave you the qi and blood pill after you left. You clearly have the money to buy qi and blood pills yourself. Why are you using Teacher Su's money? Jiang Qilin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If it's yours, it's yours. I have witnesses who can prove my innocence. Upon hearing this, the classmates all curled their lip in disapproval. Everyone needs to figure out what happened, in other words. These two are just being stubborn and refusing to admit it. She coveted the qi and blood pill that Teacher Su gave to Jiang Fu. At this time, Han Ryobing's desk mate suddenly looked up. Somewhat surprised and said, this supermarket. Didn't they have seafood mutations the other day? It was even on the news. Jiang Qilin instantly became enraged. Lu Pin, shut up. Han Ryobing's desk mate, a boy named Lu Pin, raised an eyebrow. Why should I shut up? Am I wrong? That day, the supermarket next to the People's Hospital not only had mutated seafood, but also an invasive blue-ringed octopus. It caused quite a stir. The supermarket was under lockdown at the time. Are you insulting our intelligence with this lie? Jiang Fu, I suggest you call the police. Shi Jiu, who was next to Jiang Fu, waved her phone. The police have already been notified. There are security cameras everywhere in supermarkets. On the streets, 600,000 is no small sum. I believe the police will investigate thoroughly. This moment, Jiang Qilin panicked completely. Sun Yuanyuan's expression changed and she quickly said, I'll talk. I went to see my boyfriend outside the school that day. He didn't go to the hospital who wasn't with Jiang Qilin. And I didn't see him give the qi and blood pill to Jiang Fu. Jiang Qilin roared Sun Yuanyuan. Sun Yuanyuan's voice was even louder. The college entrance exam is just around the corner. I'm not going to go to jail with you for 50,000 yuan. The others were taken aback. 50,000 yuan. What's going on here? Sun Yuanyuan gritted her teeth. Jiang Qilin said the qi and blood pill costs 500,000. And Teacher Su's 600,000 is only enough to buy one. The remaining 100,000 yuan will be split equally between him and me. As a fee for running errands this time. At that time, Sun Yuanyuan already guessed what was going on. But considering the 50,000 yuan, they helped Jiang Qilin cover it up. The students in the classroom gasped. The conversation between Jiang Fu and the pharmacist still echoed in my ears. One medical record can be used to purchase 3 Chizu Dan pills at a 40% discount. The medical record that Jiang Fu lost was clearly taken by Jiang Qilin. So Jiang Qilin spent 300,000 yuan to buy a qi and blood pill. He then lied to Sun Yuanyuan, saying that each qi and blood pill cost 500,000 yuan. They even gave her 50,000 yuan as hush money. This is simply incredible. Sun Yuanyuan glared at Jiang Qilin. There's still 300,000 left. They actually lied to her and said they only had 100,000. At this time, Jiang Qilin's face turned bright red. So I decided to just give up and do whatever I wanted. He glared at Jiang Fu. So what if I didn't give it to you? You're sitting right here, aren't you? It's just a qi and blood pill. Why are you being so petty? You weren't like this before. I'm just one step away from becoming a near martial artist. One qi blood pill is all it takes to break through. Jiang Fu, can't you help me one more time? The words had barely left his mouth. Lu Pin's light, airy voice rang out once again. Oh, is this some kind of moral blackmail? Jiang Fu, do you have any morals? Jiang Fu pursed her lips. What is morality? Is it tasty? Lu Pin continued muttering. Without Jiang Fu, he wouldn't even have gotten to that final step. This guy's used to taking advantage of others. He's confident Jiang Fu will tolerate it as before and won't break ties with him. On Tusk, thankfully Jiang Fu has finally cleared her head this time. Jiang Fu Shiju couldn't help but poke his head. There's no sound of water. Jiang Fu and Lu Pin sang in unison. They wished Zhang Qilin would just disappear on the spot. Fine, Jiang Fu. Since you're not going to consider our past relationship. What? Lu Pin interrupted him again. What kind of relationship do you have with him? Hasn't he always been the one helping you out? Speaking of which, your family isn't. So why are you always clinging to Jiang Fu and sucking her blood? Zhang Qilin remained silent. He stood up and was about to leave the classroom. Just at this moment, two martial artists in uniform walked in from outside the door. Who called the police? The police in this world are basically all martial artists. They belong to the same organization as the city's patrol teams. After all, the matters we need to deal with are not limited to ordinary people, but also include martial artists. Jiang Fu raised her hand. I signed up. I was injured a while ago and my homeroom teacher raised 600. yuan for my medicine. He embezzled it all. The woman next to him gave false testimony on his behalf. I have evidence here. As they were talking, Jiang Fu turned off the camera function on her phone. Upon hearing Jiang Fu's words, Sun Yunyuan's face immediately filled with terror. She didn't realize that she had already told the truth. Jiang Fu still wouldn't let her go. Zhang Qilin. Equally horrified, exclaimed Jiang Fu. Are you really going to go this far? Jiang Fu ignored him. The two policemen immediately became serious after hearing Jiang Fu's words. 600,000. In the world of ordinary people, this is not a small amount. Students, please come with us to the police station to assist with the investigation. The two police officers looked serious, and at this time, Chen Weiju, who had been playing on her phone in the office, rushed over after receiving the news. I happened to overhear the police taking my classmates away. Chen Weiju quickly said, Officer, it's all a misunderstanding. There's no need to take the student away. The police came to the school and took away a class of students. Who knows how the rumors will spread afterward? Does she even deserve to be a homeroom teacher anymore? A police officer stated sternly the embezzlement of 600 yuan is not a misunderstanding. The police officer's gaze swept across the entire classroom. The students present were all witnesses. Lu Pin stood up. Perfect timing, let's go out and get some fresh air. Chen Weiju's eyes widened. 600,000. In that instant, she felt like the sky had fallen. Originally, she took over class 34 of the senior year with the intention of reaping the rewards. Under Su Kai's guidance, class 14 consistently achieved good results. His academic performance is among the best in his grade. The number of students who are considered potential martial artists is much lower than that of the top-tier classes. But there are quite a few, not to mention. There are also real martial arts students in this class. If Chen Weiju can successfully teach class 14, her resume must be outstanding. Chen Weiju cannot be promoted to the top-tier class. But using connections, it's still easy to oust a useless person with no background. But unexpectedly, Chen Weiju had only been here a few days. And then this huge thing happened. She, as the homeroom teacher, might also be implicated. No. This matter must be suppressed. We absolutely cannot let the police take the students away. Immediately, Chen Weiju's gaze fell on Jiang Fu. But before she could speak, Jiang Fu muttered to herself. The rate of excrement production multiplied by 10. Sphincter relaxation level multiplied by 10. Want to suppress the matter? No way, all this commotion. Isn't it just to drag youth homeroom teacher? Down with them. 053. Chen Weiju's expression changed. She instinctively squeezed her legs together and covered her buttocks with her hands. Then he walked with an extremely strange pigeon-toed gait. Under the strange looks from the police and students, they fled as if they were escaping. Jiang Fu simply multiplied the generation speed by 10. Instead of multiplying the reserves by 10, That's why Chen Waiju didn't immediately become a splatoon. After all, I'm still in the classroom. Shijiu had just finished lunch. We mustn't let this thing disgust us. Jiang Fu watched Chen Waiju's departing figure. He muttered to himself from now on. We must ensure a safe distance from these biochemically potent particles. Otherwise, it's not about punishing the other party. Instead, they're just asking for trouble. Han Ruoping is a case in point. Chen Waiju left. Jiang Fu looked at the two police officers and said, "Our former homeroom teacher Mr. Su Kai was also involved. So MRXU also needs to step in. That was his ultimate goal, Ms. Su was taken away during class. Jiang Fu didn't know the specifics of what happened. I have no idea where teacher Su is now. Therefore, this is the only way I can meet with teacher Su." The two police officers nodded. "We'll let them know." Actually, not all the students in the class need to go to the police station. Just a few representatives will suffice at this time. Lupin had already understood Jiang Fu's intention. He shouted, "No, the whole class has to go." "Yes, we are all witnesses, we all have to go." The classmates echoed his sentiments. Zhang Qilin and Sun Yunyuan both looked ashen-faced. The two police officers seemed to realize something. There was no obstruction. The police station is not far from No. 9 Middle School, only 2 streets away, however. The police station still sent a bus to pick up the students. Zhang Qilin and Sun Yunyuan were taken away directly by police cars. Inside the police station, Jiang Fu edited Shijiu's video. The videos recorded in the classroom were all handed over to the police. They took some more statements. He and Shijiu sat on the bench outside the interrogation room. Zhang Qilin and Sun Yunyuan are still in the interrogation room. The other students in the class were directed to wait for the results in the lobby. There are quite a lot of people. However, it was quiet and peaceful. Shijiu yawned and said somewhat sullenly, "Teacher Su must have been set up to make way for that Chen Waiju. Just now, on my way here." Jiang Fu and Shijiu had already found out the details. The day MSXU was taken away, Chen Waiju was parachuted in and took over Class 14. Changing homeroom teachers in the senior year of high school is no small matter. And it's certainly not something that can happen so quickly. This indicates that it was premeditated. From beginning to end, neither of them saw teacher Su. Jiang Fu's eyes were somewhat vacant. If only I knew some big shot. One phone call and all the framing conspiracies and schemes would vanish. Shijiu took out her phone. "Find Shen Yan," and at this time, a figure walked past the two of them. A moment later, it retreated again. Zhang Chong stared at the boy in front of him, who was wearing a high school uniform, hesitantly asked, "Excuse me, haven't we met somewhere before?" Jiang Fu looked up at Zhang Chong in front of her. He paused for a moment, then his eyes darted around. "Are you someone important, Zhang Chong?" Jiang Fu said in a serious tone. "If you're an important person, then we've already met." Zhang Chong, my name is Zhang Chong, and I'm the captain of the martial arts patrol team in the 9th district of Binchang. I guess I'd call myself someone of importance. Jiang Fu nodded. "Then we've met, Zhang Chong. This person seems a bit unreliable." Jiang Fu looked at him and smiled. "I've seen you once at the supermarket, and once at the martial arts hospital." Zhang Chong's eyes widened instantly, but he subconsciously remembered the mask and hat with the tags still on. He forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. A soft exclamation, "Boss, it really is you." "Jiang Fu, my name is Jiang Fu, not Big Boss." At the same time, Shijiu's call went through. Shen Yan's highly recognizable voice came through the phone very clearly. "My little darling, oh wait, what can I do for you?" Zhang Chong, cousin, what do we do?" "The whole class has been taken to the police station. This matter will definitely involve me." Vice Principal's office, Chen Waiju's face was pale. "I was so anxious I was running around in circles." Wu Dezhou, the Vice Principal of Bincheng 9 Middle School, pinched his nose with one hand and said with a look of disgust, "Chen Waiju, how old are you? How come you still pooped in your pants?" Get out of here right now, Chen Weiju's expression froze. That's when she realized something was wrong. Why does it feel so cold beneath me? Chen Weiju's expression was stiff. She lowered her head little by little, sure enough. The tight jeans she was wearing were soaked and yellowed. Chen Weiju screamed. He rushed straight out of the vice principal's office. Wu Dejiao looked at what was left on the ground. I couldn't help but gag. He was just about to call the cleaning service when the phone on his desk rang. Wu Dejiao picked up the phone. Wu Dejiao. Didn't you say that Su Kai was an insignificant nobody? Wu Dejiao was taken aback. A crippled grassroots martial artist, indeed a nobody. A nobody's yesterday. I finally managed to get rid of Su Yunfeng from the patrol team. Today Zhang Chong shows up. And Shen Yan from the Martial Arts Guild has also come knocking. You're telling me he's a nobody, Wu Dejiao frowned. Since he dared to make a move against Su Kai. He must have known the other party's background. He used to be a martial artist, later. During a wilderness survival game. His life force was shattered, he became an ordinary person. I was assigned to be a teacher at No 9 Middle School. His older brother was Su Yunfeng. Although he is a spiritual master, he is also a squad leader of the 9th District Patrol Team. But he has an eccentric temperament and is very straightforward. I don't know how many people I've offended over the years. A while ago, I was secretly plotted against and almost lost my life. Wu Dejiao targeted Su Kai as a scapegoat. The target was actually Su Yunfeng. He personally invited Su Yunfeng to tomorrow's 100-day countdown rally. Given Su Yunfeng's temper, he would surely fly into a rage upon learning of Su Kai's situation. At that time, without anyone even lifting a finger, Su Yunfeng will be trampled into the mud. Wu Dejiao was able to take the opportunity to get his younger brother, Wu Deming, into the patrol team. With the help of the patrol team's resources, Wu Deming was able to break through and become a high-level martial artist in one fell swoop. Wu Deming might be able to directly oust Zhang Chong from his position, become the captain of the 9th District Patrol Team. But now, what's the story behind Zhang Chong? How did the Martial Arts Guild get involved? Just as Wu Dejiao was in a daze, the person on the other end said, "I don't care anymore," and hung up the phone. Wu Dejiao's face was dark and gloomy. He picked up the phone and dialed a few more numbers. I asked someone to find out what happened. He couldn't help but roar 600,000. Just because a student embezzled 600,000 yuan of Su Kai's money. Chen Weiju, are you braindeads? Can't you just come up with 600,000 yuan to quell this? The senior year classes at No 9 Middle School. More than 50 students. Being taken to the police station at the same time is no small matter. This cannot be ignored. Wu Dejiao was so angry that he was panting heavily. Outside the door, Chen Weiju, who had changed her pants, looked aggrieved. I'd like to too, but my stomach didn't give me a chance. Thinking about this, Chen Weiju's expression changed. She covered her buttocks again and rushed to the toilet. Just then, Wu Dejiao's personal cell phone rang. He answered the phone. Wu Deming's voice came from inside. Brother, I know why Guo Fangdong went to such great lengths to kill Jiang Fu. The spirit fruit tree. Jiang Fu's parents left him a third-tier spirit fruit tree. It's at the Martial Arts Guild headquarters in District 1. Wu Dejiao was taken aback. Jiang Fu, the commotion today. It's because of Jiang Fu. Wu Dejiao pondered for a moment. He immediately said, send one of your poison masters to the detention center and kill Su Kai. Then leak the news to Jiang Fu, let him cause a scene. Bincheng 9th Martial Arts Hospital. Outside the psychiatric ward. Wu Deming silently hung up the phone. He did not tell Wu Dejiao about his situation. In Wu Deming's eyes, Wu Dejiao is the respected vice principal of No 9 Middle School. They are heroes standing in the light. We should not get involved with these dirty and shady things. So he can handle this kind of thing on his own. Wu Deming looked through the window of the ward at the family of 3 inside. At this time the room reeked. Guo Fangdong Ji Yangxia and Guo Xiaofeng were tightly bound to the bed. Guo Fangdong and Ji Yangxia remained relatively quiet. Guo Xiaofeng, on the other hand, was acting erratically, constantly spouting incoherent nonsense. Wu Deming turned his head and looked at Kui Siwen beside him. Dean Kui, these 3 lives must be spared. Kui Siwen nodded and said expressionlessly, I want 30% of the profits from the spirit fruit tree. The matter of the spirit fruit tree. It was something Kui Siwen got out of Guo Fangdong. Jiang Fu's parents left him the real inheritance. It's a 3rd-tier spirit fruit tree. It was stored at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Guild in Bencheng District 1. The prerequisite for Jiang Fu to inherit the 3rd-tier spirit fruit tree is Jiang Fu came of age, Jiang Fu became a martial artist. But what if Jiang Fu had come of age and become a martial artist? And then died, therefore. The right to inherit the spirit fruit tree naturally fell to Guo Fangdong, his adoptive uncle. But what if Jiang Fu, an 18-year-old martial artist, died inexplicably in the city? This will inevitably attract the attention of the authorities and the Martial Arts Guild. A thorough investigation was launched. Guo Fangdong didn't think his methods could escape the watchful eyes of the authorities. Therefore, Jiang Fu had no choice but to go to the wilderness area willingly. But what if Jiang Fu's body was lost in the wilderness? Then it can only be determined as a missing person case. That's why the previous series of actions took place. They took Jiang Fu, who was barely clinging to life, to the hospital, let him die in the hospital. Then the cause of death will be determined. That way no one can find fault with it. It was a bit of a hassle. But this concerns a 3rd-tier spirit fruit tree. Guo Fangdong must be very careful. We must not allow the Martial Arts Guild to find any excuse to confiscate the spirit fruit tree. As for letting Jiang Fu inherit the spirit fruit tree first, Guo Fangdong had no intention of letting Jiang Fu know about the existence of the spirit fruit tree. Otherwise, things might get out of control, and now, Guo Fangdong and his family, they've fallen into the same predicament as Jiang Fu before them. Upon hearing Kui Siwen's words, he immediately demanded 30% of the profits from the spirit fruit tree. Wu Deming did not refuse. Okay. However, you must come with me to the Martial Arts Guild. Kui Siwen was somewhat puzzled. Redeem them. Poison Master. Only a master narcotics doctor can kill silently within a detention center. However, the profession of poison master is extremely rare. Becoming a poison master requires innate talent back then. Wu Deming paid an unknown price to bring that poison master under his command. But unexpectedly, he actually stumbled on Jiang Fu's side. He's been taken to the Martial Arts Guild. Wu Deming was unsure of Jiang Fu's relationship with the Martial Arts Guild. That's why I came to the Martial Arts Hospital to ask Guo Fangdong about it. Then, they saw Kui Siwen using inhuman methods to torture the family of 3 in a vengeful manner. And then, that's when I learned about the spirit fruit tree. Okay. I still have some influence with the Martial Arts Guild in District 9. A police station. The other students in the class have all gradually gone home. After all, it's just to act as a witness and give a statement. Jiang Fu and Shiju remained here. Zhang Chong and Shen Yan stood opposite Jiang Fu and Shiju. They stared at each other wide-eyed suddenly. Zhang Chong's phone rang. Immediately, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, both of you, in 3 more days. Your homeroom teacher will be released. Jiang Fu frowned. 3 days, Zhang Chong coughed. After all, some things still need to go through procedures. There are indeed some stories surrounding Su Kai's case. It is related to his early experiences. It was just suppressed at the time. This time, the old story has been brought up again and used as a pretext for discussion. Shiju looked up, now immediately right away. Zhang Chong exclaimed, "Ah." Shiju, 3 days from now, I'm afraid I'll find a corpse. Zhang Chong was taken aback. On the other side, Shen Yan finally found his chance to shine. He pounded his chest loudly. Don't worry, Zio, she leave this to me. I promise I'll bring Lao Su back safe and sound today. Team leader Zhang, let's go together. As they were talking, he grabbed Zhang Chong and hurriedly left the police station. Shiju patted Jiang Fu on the shoulder. Don't worry. Shen Yan may be a bit simple-minded, but he's reliable. Jiang Fu nodded silently. He checked the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. How about we go home and wait? I don't know why. Jiang Fu didn't want to go to school at all. Shiju put away the small notebook in her hand. All right, you can still train at home, from noon until now. Shiju is always glued to her phone. Besides helping Jiang Fu edit videos and calling the police. I basically haven't touched my phone since. That brand new notebook. I've already written over 10 pages of content in my neat handwriting. Leave the police station. Shen Yan drove Zhang Chong towards the detention center. Until this moment, Shen Yankai finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Captain Zhang. Do you know she? Zhang Chong looked puzzled. Classmate she. That very pretty girl, this is the first time I've seen her. Shen Yan was somewhat puzzled. Why are you more concerned about old Su's matter than I am? Zhang Chong knew Su Kai's older brother, Su Yunfeng. But before that, when Su Kai was taken away, Zhang Chong did not appear. Su Yunfeng was always the one running around doing all the work. I even got a cold shoulder. Zhang Chong said matter-of-factly, I know Jiang Fu. That brings us to this. He recalled the little darling he heard on the phone. They immediately realized it. The girl named Shiju next to Jiang Fu must have a very powerful background. But thinking about it, that makes sense. Jiang Fu is a mentalist capable of instantly killing a second-tier blue-ringed octopus. The girl next to him is definitely not a simple person. Shen Yan felt a little uncomfortable. You're not thinking of recruiting Jiang Fu into the patrol team. Are you? Zhang Chong looked helpless. I'd like to. But that's a powerful being capable of instantly killing a second-tier blue-ringed octopus. I'm not qualified. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan suddenly slammed on the brakes. He stiffened his neck and slowly looked at Zhang Chong in the passenger seat. What the hell did you say? Instantly kills a tier 2 blue-ringed octopus. Who? Jiang Fu. Zhang Chong looked on in astonishment. You didn't know about this. Originally, Shen Yan and Jiang Fushiju seemed quite familiar with each other. This afternoon, I was busy taking care of Lao Su. I thought he already knew. Now. Shen Yan's intestines were all knotted up. I regret it. That mysterious mentalist who instantly killed the second-tier blue-ringed octopus. It was Jiang Fu that day. Shen Yan went to Jiang Fu's place to collect the combat uniforms, which was actually just on her way that day. He was in the city dealing with the blue-ringed octopus. Unexpectedly, the mentalist who instantly killed the blue-ringed octopus that was over 20 meters long was none other than Jiang Fu. The next moment, under Zhang Chong's astonished gaze, Shen Yan raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face. Did you know Ansi, a peerless genius, stood before me? But I failed to cherish him and didn't bring him into the martial arts guild. It wasn't until he turned and left, completely disappearing from my sight, that I was filled with regret. Zhang Chong, 55. This moment, Zhang Chong suddenly felt relieved. No wonder Jiang Fu kept looking at Shen Yan with a gaze that was both wary and a little caring towards someone with intellectual disabilities in the afternoon. It seems this manager Shen is truly mentally unstable. Zhang Chong coughed. Supervisor Shen. Let's hurry and go to the detention center. Delay could lead to complications. Shen Yan nodded. He listlessly started the car, saying, don't worry. The 9th District Martial Arts Guild and the 9th District Patrol Team have joined forces to demand the release of the person. So the detention center won't dare to cause any trouble. Someone outside wants to get rid of Su Kai. We'll need to prepare for a while. Neither Wu Dezhao nor Wu Deming could have foreseen this. Shen Yan and Zhang Chong will go to the detention center to demand the release of the person as soon as possible. Shortly after the car started, Shen Yan's phone rang. He picked it up without thinking. Suddenly, Shen Yan's eyes widened. Who are you talking about? Wu Deming of the Red Tiger Squad and Qi Siwen, the vice president of the 9th District Martial Arts Hospital. Want to see me? Okay, I understand. Take them to my office, then. Shen Yan lowered her voice again. Then lock my office door from the inside. so they can't escape. Yes, yes, activate the security system. Okay, I'll hang up now. I hung up the phones. Shen Yan suddenly burst into a hysterical laugh. Ha 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 ha. Absolutely ha 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 ha. This is F asterisk 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 G like lambs to the slaughter. Ha 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 ha. As they were talking, he didn't forget to give the steering wheel a hard thud. Seeing this, Zhang Chong in the passenger seat noticed. He unconsciously shifted his body to the side, his hand already touching the car door if things go wrong. He immediately jumps out of the car and runs away. Shen Yan looked at Zhang Chong. He was laughing very happily. That's Wu Deming. We were just worried about not being able to find him. And he actually delivered himself to our doorstep. Ha 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 ha, Zhang Chong, and this person is really sick. Shen Yan looked smug but didn't say anything more. He would never share this immense wealth with the somewhat dull-witted patrol captain beside him. The next moment, Shen Yan's pickup truck suddenly accelerated. Let's go to the detention center first and get Lao Su out. Wu Deming, go back and prepare it slowly, then. I'll give the little darling and the little devil a surprise. Normally, Shen Yan would not want to get involved in these troublesome matters. But now, the little devil's business is the little ancestor's business. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to please his little princess. Zilla first floor living room. Jiang Fu and Shiju sat cross-legged on the carpet. Facing each other, Shiju was holding a notebook. Her bright little face was filled with seriousness. She speaks quickly, yet her pronunciation is clear. He explained the basics of martial arts to Jiang Fu in the simplest and most understandable way. Jiang Fu, on the other hand, became a well-behaved child. Listening obediently to Shiju's story suddenly, his eyes lit up. You mean I can be even faster? Shiju nodded. When a martial artist moves, they should base their movements on their qi and blood, using that as a supplement to generate power. And all you've ever used is brute force. Although you are fast, you haven't been able to fully utilize your speed and explosiveness. Your current qi and blood are only at the quasi-martial artist level. But a quasi-martial artist can already mobilize their qi and blood to a basic level. Jiang Fu frowned. Mobilize qi and blood. How can you even do that? Shiju suddenly reached out. He gently pressed his hand against Jiang Fu's chest. Those slender, fair fingers unconsciously clenched their fists. Then he hummed in agreement, seemingly somewhat satisfied. Jiang Fu stared blankly at Shiju. I felt a tingling sensation where she had touched me. Shiju's cheeks flushed slightly. She coughed lightly. Concentrate, don't get distracted. Jiang Fu muttered softly. I wasn't distracted. The next moment, he only felt Shiju's small hand move slightly. The qi and blood within the body began to fluctuate. It creates a small ripple inside the body following this. Guided by the flow of qi and blood, Jiang Fu's tendons, muscles, bones and skin, it also began to tremble slightly. It resonates with qi and blood. Remember this feeling. The resonance between your qi and blood and your physical body. Jiang Fu nodded. He got it. It has a tingling, numb sensation. It's quite comfortable. Shiju continued. You are not a martial artist yet, so you cannot cultivate qi and blood techniques. This is a qi and blood circulation method that my grandmother taught me. It can help aspiring martial artists coordinate their physical body and qi and blood. I'll guide you for 5 minutes every day to ensure your physical body and qi blood are in harmony, while also improving your qi blood. Jiang Fu nodded, somewhat regretfully, and asked, only 5 minutes? Shiju scratched her head with her other hand. It'll be bad for your health if you do it for too long. At that very moment, Jiang Fu's phone rang. He glanced over instinctively. It's an unfamiliar number. After a moment's thought, Jiang Fu answered the phone. Jiang Fu, a familiar voice came through the phone. Jiang Fu and Shiju's eyes lit up immediately. It's me, Teacher Su. The teacher is all right and is on her way back to school. That's good, that's good. The next moment, Sukai's tone suddenly turned serious. Jiang Fu, now that you've fully recovered, go back to school tomorrow. Also, please inform the new student Shiju that the college entrance exam is coming up soon. And you too must go back upstairs. No. I hung up the phones. Jiang Fu finally breathed a sigh of relief. His life was given to him by Sukai. Sukai was not among them. He died in the hospital morgue a long time ago. Shijiu nudged Jiang Fu, remember to go back to school tilde tilde tilde. Jiang Fu hung her head, okay tilde, Shen Yan's Pikachu. Sukai sat in the back seat of the car. After he hung up the phones, he then looked gratefully at Shen Yan and Zhang Chong in the front row. Thank you both so much this time, otherwise. Otherwise, there's only one possible outcome for him. He died in the detention center. Sukai's mind was as clear as a mirror on the surface. This was using his class to pave the way for that girl named Chen Waiju. But in reality, the person the other side really wanted to deal with was his older brother. Su Yunfeng. How could Su Yunfeng go mad if he didn't die? If Su Yunfeng goes mad, he will surely die. His vacant spot in the patrol team will soon be filled by someone else. Zhang Chong wanted to speak, but Shen Yan interrupted him. It's nothing, Lao Su, don't worry about it. The little ancestor's identity is too sensitive. During this trip to Binchang 9th District, I also recertified my martial arts identity. As for the little devil, there's still a ton of unresolved issues with that little devil. This time, let's consider it as the 9th District Martial Arts Guild and the 9th District Patrol Team. They joined forces to uphold justice. Thinking this, Shen Yan gave Zhang Chong a wink. Zhang Chong immediately understood. So he smiled and said, Teacher Su, now we're friends. Just let me know if you need anything. This is the head teacher of a top student. We need to build a good relationship at least once. Early morning 0005. Jiang Fu, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes. Silk Rain chapter progress, 9.99%. He did not continue his cultivation. Instead, she got up and got out of bed. He put on that black hoodie and casual pants. He then put on a baseball cap and a mask. They left the room without a sound at this moment. The next room she dressed in the same outfit. Also closed the door at that very moment. The two turned around and saw each other. He was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Shijiu's voice was somewhat stiff. Jiang Fu ahem. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. I want to go out and look at it, Shijiu, and me too. Together, okay, the two walked out of the villa. Looking at the dark night sky shrouded in dark clouds. They fell silent 056. Shijiu's expression froze for a moment. Fine. I just don't like Zhang Qilin. And I want to go to the police station to teach him a lesson. Jiang Fu touched her nose. Me too, Shijiu, together. Jiang Fu okay at this time. Zhang Qilin was still detained in the police station. How the police handle the follow-up is their business. Jiang Fu was powerless to do anything about it, but Jiang Fu's task was not just to send him to the police station. They also need to retaliate in their own way. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to vent my anger. Just thinking about Zhang Qilin's affected manner in my memory. In addition, he now possesses the vital energy of a near martial artist. Jiang Fu felt extremely uncomfortable, so that's why we did what we did tonight. Shijiu probably thinks the same way at this time. It was late at night, the sky was covered with dark clouds. And the streetlights were dim. Occasionally a car would drive by. Shijiu patted Jiang Fu on the shoulder. The night is long and it's still early. Don't rush on your way. We can take this opportunity to put what I mentioned this afternoon into practice. Jiang Fu paused. The coordination between qi and blood and the physical body. Shijiu nodded yes. You can try to mobilize your qi and blood to assist in exerting force, instead of just relying on brute force. Jiang Fu lowered her eyes, recalling the feeling of her blood and energy resonating with her body. He tried to regulate his qi and blood. Resonate with your own bones and fascia, and move forward step by step initially. I'm still not used to it. His walking posture was also somewhat awkward. But gradually, Shijiu kept reminding and correcting him. Jiang Fu gradually grasped the knack. My walking posture is becoming more and more coordinated, and I'm walking more and more smoothly. Finally, they started running. The speed is getting faster and faster. Shijiu strolled leisurely to the side, hands in her pockets. No matter how fast Jiang Fu sped up, she always walked beside him unconsciously. The two arrived outside the police station. Shijiu raised her chin. Little Jiang, your first test has arrived. Infiltrate the police station, find Zhang Qilin. And cripple his vital energy, by the way. It's best not to use your mental abilities inside the police station. You'll be easily detected. Spiritual practitioners exist in the world, naturally. There will also be measures to guard against mental practitioners. In some important or specific places, they will all deploy mental or telekinetic detection devices. An alarm will be triggered once mental or telekinetic energy sweeps over the area. Police stations are that kind of specific place. It's better during the day. The mental detector will only be activated in a few locations where confidential documents are stored. But it will be fully open at night. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fu flipped her hand. An invisibility talisman appeared in his hand. Shijiu blinked. Jiang Fu laughed, why not use the cheat if you have one? Shijiu scratched his head, that makes sense. Jiang Fu, aren't you coming in with me? Shijiu shook her head, you can go in by yourself. I'll keep watch outside, she knew Jiang Fu had a secret. If I went in myself, Jiang Fu would then have a harder time performing. Jiang Fu did not insist further. He then stuck the invisibility talisman onto his body. Then the person simply vanished into thin air. This moment, breath, scent, smell, and body temperature all vanished. It was as if Jiang Fu had vanished into thin air. Is this invisibility talisman really that overpowered? Shijiu touched the storage badge on her chest. There were 5 identical invisibility charms inside. They were all caught by Jiang Fu while fishing yesterday. Other similar auxiliary talismans typically last for 1 to 10 minutes. Very few last more than 10 minutes. But Jiang Fu fished out the invisibility talisman. The duration was a whopping 100 minutes moreover. It seems that the effect is surprisingly miraculous. I just don't know if this invisibility talisman can fool the senses of the realm beasts. Oh yeah, there are people on duty at the police station at night. So the door wasn't locked. Zhang Qilin and Sun Yunyuan remained detained in the daytime detention cell. Jiang Fu found them very easily at this time. Zhang Qilin sat on the stool with his head down. His haggard face was filled with gloom. His eyes gleamed with a cold light. I have no idea what they're planning. Jiang Fu looked at Zhang Qilin through the observation window of the detention cell. Lu Pin is right. This guy is used to taking advantage of others and takes everything for granted. Showing absolutely no remorse, since that's the case. The rate of blood and qi loss multiplied by 10. Metabolic rate multiplied by 10. Personality multiplied by 10. Excited multiply by 10. Skin sensitivity multiply by 10 the next moment. Zhang Qilin, who had been sitting quietly in the chair. Suddenly it began to struggle violently. At the same time it was also roaring, but at this moment. His hands were bound to the interrogation table in front of him. They were completely unable to move. All it could do was struggle and scream frantically. But his actions went unnoticed by anyone. Such behavior is commonplace in detention cells. Jiang Fu then looked at Sun Yunyuan in another detention cell. As for you, you'll just get a little punishment. The sphincter muscles tighten multiply by 10. The rate of excrement production multiplied by 10. HMPH giving false testimony for someone else. Serves him right for being unable to poop. No need to have a son to avoid the problem. I'll just make sure you lose your genitals. After doing all that, Jiang Fu did not linger. He left the police station without a sound. During this time, it went unnoticed by anyone at this time. Under the streetlights on the street corner. The girl didn't use her phone as usual. She held the notebook in her left hand and a pencil in her right. Writing and drawing on its back. Shijiu closed her notebook. Jiang Fu put away the invisibility talisman. You can see me. Shijiu shook her head, no, but I can feel your back. By the way, what did you do with that person? Jiang Fu smiled, a mental hospital. Because the amount of money involved was too large. He couldn't withstand the shock and went insane. He'll probably be sent to a mental hospital tomorrow. Shiju nodded, well done, let's go back to sleep. We have to get up early for school tomorrow. Hearing the words go to school, Jiang Fu's face immediately fell, however. Thinking of Tianhuang Martial Arts University. He held back only 100 days inside the room. Jiang Fu did not go to sleep immediately, instead. He remained clear-headed and began practicing stargazing on rainy nights. It's just 0.01% away. The first chapter, Silky Rain, is already 10% complete. Jiang Fu planned to press on and break through directly. The series of multiplications by 10 before bedtime was not over. Jiang Fu directly visualized the contents of the Silk Rain chapter in her mind. The final 0.01% is not difficult, it only took a few minutes. Jiang Fu then achieved a complete breakthrough. The progress of the Silky Rain chapter has reached 10%. Jiang Fu opened her eyes. Cultivation progress of the Silk Rain chapter multiplied by 10. The words had barely left his mouth. The progress of the Silky Rain chapter instantly jumped from 10% to 100%. Immediately afterwards, a complete picture of a rainy night street scene appeared in his mind. Jiang Fu's mental energy was fixed on the scene before her. Staring blankly, this is the complete scroll painting. In an instant, they found themselves in a strange situation. I don't know how much time has passed. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Jiang Fu. He caught me in an instant. Technique, stargazing on a rainy night. Category, spiritual cultivation method. Grade, ultimate. Cultivation progress, Silk Rain chapter progress 100%. Divine ability, continuous rain of swords attack skill, consumes 10 points of spirit power to perform an attack. Dealing damage 13 times. Ultimate skill, Rain's Wish passive, the spirit is like a continuous drip. Restoring 3 points of spirit power per second. Jiang Fu stared at the light screen in front of her. Ultimate move isn't that supposed to be a finishing move. Never mind, it's all the same. As long as it can be multiplied by 10, that's fine. Jiang Fu lay on the bed, her eyes fixed on the light screen in front of her. Ultimate skill, Rain of Intent. Restores healing effects tenfold. Ultimate skill, Rain's Wish passive, the spirit is like a continuous drip. Restoring 30 points of spirit per second. Recovery speed multiplied by 10. Ultimate skill, Rain's Wish passive, the spirit is like a continuous drip. Restoring 300 points of spirit power per second. Restores mental energy by 10 times. Ultimate skill, Rain's Wish passive, the spirit is like a continuous drip. Restoring 3,000 points of spirit power per second. Jiang Fu was finally satisfied, recovering 0 points per second. That's what an ultimate skill should look like. Jiang Fu glanced at her own mental energy, 160 points. Multiplying by 10 gives 1,600 points, very good. The total amount of one's own mental energy. It doesn't even restore as much per second as the ultimate skill. Immediately, Jiang Fu then looked at the supernatural power, continuous rain of swords. Take them, etc. If this divine sword rain were to continue tenfold, consumes 10 points of mental energy, unleashes 10 attacks, each dealing 130 instances of damage. That's 1,300 instances of damage. 1,300 instances of damage. Pair it with a star shuttle or a flying sword in weight. They can already chop many low-level mutated beasts into mincemeat. The valuable parts on the mutated beasts will also become worthless. Then let's not multiply by 10 for now, at that time. We can address specific problems by multiplying by 10. And there will still be time. Multiply by 10 flexibly depending on the situation. Normally, one attack deals 13 instances of damage. Damage multiplied by 10. One attack deals 130 instances of damage. There's also an ultimate move. Both the number of attacks and the number of damages are multiplied by 10. Consumes 10 points of mental energy to perform 10 attacks, each dealing 130 instances of damage. A total of 1,300 instances of damage were inflicted. Let's leave it at that for now. Killing mutated beasts is a skill in itself. 6:30 a.m. Another day I don't want to go to school. Jiang Fu got up on time, brush teeth, wash your face. Change into school uniform, go downstairs, cook. Shijiu was already seated at the restaurant table. In front of her, yesterday it was a brand new notebook. And now it's more than half full, not long after. Jiang Fu brought 2 bowls of wontons to her side. What do you want to eat for lunch? Shijiu was biting her pen, deep in thought. She looked up and stared blankly at Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu put the notebook away and placed the small wontons in front of her. You don't want to eat at the school cafeteria, do you? That stuff tastes even worse than takeout. Shijiu looked down at the fragrant wontons in front of her. He swallowed hard. It reminded me of the 3 dishes and 1 soup I had for lunch yesterday. I'll eat whatever you make. Anyway, everything Jiang Fu makes tastes delicious. Jiang Fu nodded, he then sat down next to Shijiu. Then his mental energy stirred slightly, the pot spins. And various ingredients in the kitchen came to life. Shijiu restrained her psychic power. They couldn't detect any movement in the kitchen. If you know in advance, you lose the sense of surprise from opening a blind box. 9th Warrior Hospital, Department of Proctology. Wu Dejiao, with dark circles under his eyes, stood outside the ward with several other school leaders. They came to inform Chen Weiju of her expulsion from school. Actually, there's no need for school leaders to personally notify people about these things. The main issue is that Chen Weiju was hospitalized. I just wanted to drop by. After all, a prestigious school like No. 9 middle school isn't so heartless. Wu Dejiao was particularly distressed at this moment. Not only Wu Deming has gone missing. This early in the mornings, I still have to come and clean up Chen Weiju's mess. That very afternoons, Shen Yan and Zhang Chong actually went to the detention center to demand the release of the person. Facing pressure from the Martial Arts Guild and the patrol team, the detention center dared not be negligent in the slightest. The process was completed as quickly as possible. Su Kai was released on the spot. End. It wasn't until Shen Yan and Zhang Chong brought Su Kai to the school that things changed. After meeting the principal, Wu Dejiao only learned about this then. There was absolutely no room for him to maneuver. The principal even held a meeting overnight to reinvestigate and verify Su Kai's case. Wu Dejiao had no choice but to sacrifice a pawn to save the king. He pushed his cousin Chen Weiju forward to be the scapegoat. After all, this matter appears to be. Chen Weiju was the sole beneficiary. But yesterday, Chen Weiju's health deteriorated. He has been hospitalized, therefore. Wu Dejiao and several other school leaders had no choice but to rush to the hospital early in the morning. There will also be a pep rally for the senior students this afternoon. I had a lot of things to prepare in the morning, so I could only come early. Wu Dejiao stopped Chen Weiju's attending physician, frowning as he asked Doctor what's wrong with her. It was clearly sent to the gastroenterology department yesterday. Why have we switched to the proctology department again? The attending physician was a woman. She looked at the several well-dressed and distinguished men in front of her. He asked with a meaningful look, "What is your relationship to the patient?" Wu Dejiao quickly replied, "She's family. She's my cousin." At this moment, Wu Dejiao felt utterly helpless. The doctor curled his lip. "Oh, it's your older cousin. Your younger cousin's got some tricks up her sleeve." Wu Dejiao was completely confused. He and several other school leaders exchanged bewildered glances. I sometimes can't understand what the other person is saying. The female doctor snorted. This is the proctology department, as they were talking. She walked away without looking back, Wu Dejiao. Beside Wu Dejiao, the faces of several school leaders immediately darkened. One of them slammed a document onto Wu Dejiao. You brought such a thing to school and made her a homeroom teacher. In the file, it was clearly an investigation into Chen Weiju's private life. Previous live cause Wu Dejiao had brought the person in. The school had not conducted a thorough investigation. But yesterday, the principal personally intervened. The efficiency at No 9 Middle School is very high. In just one night, they uncovered everything about Chen Weiju. That female doctor really wasn't wrong about her. Although it has been greatly exaggerated. Wu Dezhou picked up the documents from the ground. After a quick glance, his face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. I just found out too. No matter when you found out. You're involved in this whole thing. Jiang Fu and Shijiu walked into the classroom as the school bell rang. The two of them sat in the second-to-last row by the window. Jiang Fu lay on the table, yawning listlessly. Is there some special significance to this classroom? Everything was fine on the way. I felt sleepy as soon as I sat down in the classroom. Fortunately, the back seats offer good privacy. Wang Yang, who was in front of him, was burly and could block his view. During class in a little while, when the teacher wasn't looking, I'll just sneak a nap. Thinking about this, Jiang Fu couldn't help but start to feel drowsy. He had no intention of multiplying his sobriety by 10. The second school bell rang. Sukai walked in from outside the door. His gaze swept around the classroom. Then he looked at Jiang Fu and Shijiu. Move Zhang Qilin and Sun Yuanyuan to the very back. Jiang Fu, Shijiu, you two sit in the front. Jiang Fu. 58 Zhang Qilin and Sun Yuanyuan were not there. The two seats remained empty. Jiang Fu was dejected. Should I sit in the front, right under the teacher's nose? How can I possibly doze off then? Shijiu didn't have any objections. It doesn't matter where you sit. Just stay by Jiang Fu's side. The two quickly switched seats on the podium. Sukai moved a few steps to the side. Then he bowed deeply to the whole class. Thank you all. If it weren't for you all, my life would be over. Thank you. Sukai's eyes were a little red. His voice was choked with sobs yesterday. The explanation given to him by Zhang Chong and Shen Yan. Because of Jiang Fu and Zhang Qilin's affair, all 50-plus students in the class went to the police station. This matter immediately attracted the attention of those above. Let's begin the investigation. Through that 600,000, they indirectly tracked down Sukai. Then Sukai's wrongful conviction was discovered. The Martial Arts Guild and the 9th District Patrol Team jointly vouched for Sukai and got him released. He was reinstated to his original position that same day. Teacher, it's okay, this is what we should do. Sukai straightened up. He wiped his eyes with his hand, then said sternly, quiet. The classroom fell silent instantly. Sukai continued. Therefore, I will definitely do my best to repay everyone. Now in the last 100 days, the teacher will go all out, applying all the knowledge he has acquired to train every student in the class. We strive to ensure that every student can get into Wuhan University. I heard that teacher Chen used to let you guys run wild. Now I'm back. Let's do a practice test to get back into the swing of things and rekindle our old skills. As they were talking, Sukai took out a thick set of test papers from under the podium. Distribute them to the students in the front row and have them pass them on. This moment, the entire class fell into a deathly silence. Many students in the class had vacant stares a few days ago, when Chen Weiju was in charge of the shift. It's either self-study or free time. He's barely even attended classes, let alone done any practice tests. Moreover, Chen Weiju was frequently absent from school. There was absolutely no one in the class keeping an eye on them. Although many students already sensed that something was wrong, but only they themselves know the sweetness of these past few days. And now, as soon as Sukai returned, a set of extremely difficult exam papers was thrown at him. Judging from what he said, it seems there's another grueling training session coming up. Jiang Fu glanced at the exam paper in front of her. Geographical Wilderness, Class 14 is a martial arts class. With the college entrance exam approaching, there are only a few things to review. Wilderness Geography, Wilderness Mutant Beast. The refinement and enhancement of Qi and blood. Noon during break between classes. The other students in the class went to the cafeteria. A few people brought their own lunch. Jiang Fu sat in her seat. He's feeling more energetic now. On the desk in front of him was a book called Wilderness Geography. At this moment, Jiang Fu's eyes were shining as she wrote and drew on it. This thing is so useful. It not only records the distribution areas of the mutated beasts, but also their natural habits. There are even emergency evacuation zones and vacuum zones where no mutated beasts appear, and the principle behind the emergence of vacuum regions. This is practically an essential guide for Lao Liu. Shiju saw Jiang Fu's appearance. She picked up a piece of golden red sweet and sour pork and brought it to his lips. Actually, you don't need to work so hard. Jiang Fu took the sweet and sour pork and said somewhat vaguely, "This is Lao Liu's secret recipe. If I master this course, I'll definitely become the most sneaky sixth person in the wilderness." Shiju glanced at what Jiang Fu was reading. Wilderness Survival Edition. How to find a vacuum area in the wilderness free of mutated beasts. She popped a piece of sweet and sour pork into her mouth. He squinted and placed a piece of braised beef on Jiang Fu's plate. "I'll do it myself." Jiang Fu opened her mouth and took the beef. But then he noticed that the other students in the classroom were secretly looking in his direction. My face felt a little hot. He quickly closed the book and picked up the chopsticks beside him. Morning, Jiang Fu prepared a meal for two. 6 dishes and 1 soup. Shiju smiled and put her chopsticks away. In the afternoons, there will be a rally to mark the 100-day countdown to the college entrance exam for the senior students. Therefore, there is no need to attend classes, Bincheng no. 9 Middle School has a martial arts program. The 100-day countdown rally is naturally different from that of ordinary schools. The entire 9th district. Many powerful martial artists will be present to demonstrate true martial arts in front of the students. It inspires students' desire and pursuit of martial arts. After lunch break, the senior high school students then walked out of the classroom one by one. At this moment, the sky was overcast. A few raindrops fell from time to time, therefore. The pep rally was held at the school's training ground. There are a total of 14 classes in the entire senior year. Class 1 and Class 2 are the key classes. They were seated directly in front. Class 14 is located behind Class 1, Jiang Fu and Shiju. As usual, sat at the back of the classroom. The conference officially began. Vice Principal Wu Dezhao delivered the opening remarks. This was a prearranged procedure. There was no temporary change due to Chen Weiju's situation. Jiang Fu looked at Wu Dezhao on the stage. He squinted slightly. The vice principal is actually named Wu Dezhao. What is his relationship with Wu Daming Lupin, who was sitting in the front, tilted his head slightly. Wu Dezhao, so our vice principal's name is Wu Dezhao. Let alone the vice principal. Many people don't even know the principal's name. Perhaps you know, I forgot about it in the blink of an eye. Lupin lowered his voice. I know Wu Deming you're talking about. He's a coach at Wood Martial Arts School. Look at the platform's little old man on the far right. That's the owner of the Wood Martial Arts School. Jiang Fu looked at the sprightly old man in the gray training uniform. To become the head of a martial arts school, one must be at least a high-level martial artist with over 10. 0 units of qi and blood. Jiang Fu withdrew her gaze. Wu Dezhao, Wu Deming, could they be brothers? If it were brothers. Jiang Fu raised her eyebrows slightly. Then let's settle both old and new scores together. Chen Weiju is the vice principal's cousin, previously. Teacher Su was ousted by Chen Weiju and the vice principal. However, Jiang Fu only now realized that the vice principal's name was Wu Dezhao. So, gas generation rate multiplied by 10. He paused for 1 minute. 10 times the speed gone without a trace. The next moment, Jiang Fu felt as if her mental energy flickered. But the value remains at 1600 unchanged. My mental energy must have decreased just now. But I have the ultimate technique, Rain Intense. Even if all my mental energy is drained at once, it will recover within a second. Wu Dezhao is the vice principal of No. 9 Middle School, so he is naturally a martial artist. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful martial artist. Multiplying it by 10 now is equivalent to no loss. At this time on the dais, Wu Dezhao was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and had a serious expression on his face. Suddenly, he shifted his body uncomfortably. His expression also looked somewhat unnatural. Jiang Fu observed Wu Dezhao's expression. Tusk, let's see how long you can hold out, really. Jiang Fu's thoughts hadn't faded yet. PFFT, a loud fart. With a long, drawn-out ending, the message, transmitted through the microphone in front of Wu Dezhao, reverberated throughout the entire venue. At the end of a sound, it seems we've taken several more turns. Many students who had been daydreaming looked up and stared blankly around. What happened? Did it thunder? Wu Dezhao, then. PFFT, PFFT, tilde, 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 the sound continued, inside the venue. Everyone stared blankly at Wu Dezhao. Lu Pin frowned. He said with a look of disgust. He made such a mess of a perfectly good fart next to Lu Pin. The students from class 14 were the first to break down. He couldn't help but chuckle softly then. The laughter grew louder and louder. Finally, it spread throughout the entire venue. The student, who had been dozing off because of Wu Dezhao's long and tedious speech. I was completely awake at that moment. They laughed so hard they were doubled over on the dais. Wu Dezhao's face flushed red instantly at that moment. He wished he could just dig a hole in the ground and disappear into it. How embarrassing originally. Wu Dezhao was already extremely upset because of Chen Weiju's matter. And he originally wanted to take this opportunity to make a good impression on his superiors and minimize the losses. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? The principal of No 9 Middle School, along with other school leaders, looked extremely grim. But on the podium, representatives from other parties. The 9th District Education Department and the director of Wood Martial Arts School are doing well. But Shen Yan Zhang Chonggan Su Yunfeng. These martial artists didn't have so many concerns. Like the students below, they laughed without restraint. Wu Dezhao realized what was happening. He quickly reached out and smashed the microphone in front of him with a slap. The shattered fart sound finally disappeared from the speaker. But the school leaders next to Wu Dezhao, and the students sitting in the front row. Yet it could still be heard clearly. Jiang Fu looked at Wu Dezhao. This distance should be safe enough, right? No, I can't make myself suffer. You'll have to bear the taste yourself. Wu Dezhao's sense of smell is multiplied by 10. Lasting for 1 minute. Jiang Fu's mental energy flickered, then on the platform. Wu Dezhao, looking completely bewildered, suddenly turned green. He involuntarily bent over to the side, then, ugh. And with this bending over, the clenched buttocks loosened. PFFT, ugh. PFFT, ugh, PFFT, ugh, PFFT, this scene. Everyone present was instantly stunned. Especially the school leaders next to Wu Dezhao and the students in the front row of Class 1. What's wrong with him? Could it be that he vomited because of his own fart? Then, an even louder burst of laughter erupted once more. You disgraceful thing, get out of here right now. This moment, Qi Ziaiyuan, the principal of No. 9 Middle School, could no longer hold back. He kicked out and landed a direct kick on Wu Dezhao's buttocks. Then, Wu Dezhao's body with a long trailing sound. It flew straight out of the venue. Jiang Fu was very satisfied with this scene. What he wanted was to make Wu Dezhao look like a clown in this formal setting, in front of everyone, rather than the roles of perpetrator or victim. For someone of Wu Dezhao's status and position, he made a fool of himself in public on this occasion. It's more painful than killing him. As for the others, wait until everyone is alone. Then slowly multiply Wu Dezhao's value by 10. Let him experience things that are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. As for killing Wu Dezhao in her past life, Jiang Fu was a patient with ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. His greatest desire each day was to die, therefore. In Jiang Fu's subconscious, death was a kind of liberation. The real punishment. It means forcibly keeping someone on the bed. Unable to live, unable to die. Jiang Fu was pondering this in her heart. How should we multiply Wu Dezhao's number by 10? A small, fair hand, she secretly touched his chest. Then I gently scratched it a few times. Jiang Fu came to her senses. He subconsciously glanced at Shiju beside him. Shiju coughed unconcentrate. Jiang Fu let out an oz. She quickly focused her attention on her chest. The next moment, Shiju's little hands began to move gently. Jiang Fu felt that tingling, unusually comfortable sensation on her chest once again. He quickly composed himself. Perceive the resonance between your own qi and blood and your physical body. But this time, it's not just muscles and bones that resonate with qi and blood. And internal organs. Jiang Fu lowered her eyes, looking at Shiju's small hand pressed against her chest. My mind started wandering after I get back. I'll work out hard and get my chest and abs more defined. Or should we just multiply by 10? No, multiplying it by 10 would be too exaggerated. Just multiply the exercise effect by 10. At the front of the venue on the dais, school staff have arrived from the rear and are tidying up the venue. Su Yunfeng, sitting next to Zhang Chong, had a gloating look on his face. Heh. That Wu Dezhao deserved to make a fool of himself. Even the heavens dislike him. Hey Lao Zhang. Look at that boy in the back of class 14. Doesn't he look familiar suddenly? Su Yunfeng nudged Zhang Chong beside him. Hey. And that girl next to him. What are they doing in broad daylight? Shen Yan, who was sitting on the other side of Zhang Chong, heard this. He hurriedly looked in the direction of Jiang Fu and Shiju. After just one glance, he quickly looked away. All right. All right. It seems there really is something between the little ancestor and the little devil. Well, yeah, that makes sense. They're all 17 or 18-year-olds. Shen Yan knew Shiju's identity and dared not look at her any longer. Zhang Chong, however, didn't have so many concerns. He observed for a while, then whispered, "That's a special method for guiding qi and blood. The girl is helping the boy harmonize his physical body and vital energy." Upon hearing these words, Su Yunfeng immediately dismissed the unbelievable thought in his mind. He's just a quasi-martial artist. That day, the big shot at the hospital, the speed he displayed, even with just a slight increase, surpassed that of many intermediate-level martial artists. Thinking like this, Su Yunfeng shifted his gaze to the area next to class 14. Su Kai was holding his lesson plan and writing furiously. Hey Lao Zhangs, I begged you so much the other day, but you wouldn't help. Why did you suddenly step in yesterday? Zhang Chong coughed, still keeping his voice down. More than 50 students from a senior class at No. 9 middle school went to the police station at the same time. I can't choose not to get involved. It's the same old story. Shen Yan, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Su Yunfeng suddenly realized, on the other side, the mess left by Wu Dezhao has been cleaned up. The mobilization meeting continued. Process progress. School leaders and representatives from various sectors of the 9 districts delivered speeches in turn. And then it's a martial arts demonstration. This is also the project that all students are most looking forward to. However, this martial arts demonstration was somewhat different from previous oath-taking ceremonies. Then I saw the person sitting on the far side of the stage. Wu Tiande, the owner of Wu'd Martial Arts School, slowly stood up. Originally, this time it should have been Methai's old man, personally demonstrating the power of martial arts to the students. However, I recently took on an apprentice, and he's achieved some success this time. Let him stand in for this old man and demonstrate the strength of martial arts to the students. If you all think it's good, you can also come and check out Wu'd Martial Arts School. It won't interfere with your university studies. After saying that, Wu Tian then sat back down. Qi Ziyuan and the other school leaders of No. 9 middle school looked rather grim. They hadn't expected Wu Tian to pull such a stunt at the last minute. This was not planned in advance at all. The next moment, a boy in the very middle of the class slowly stood up and came to the front of the stage. His voice was deep. Hello, everyone. I'm Yu Yuan from Class 1 Grade 12. He is also Master Wu Tian's last disciple. Yu Yuan, Class 1 Grade 12, first in the grade. Qi and blood value 150. Yu Yuan's gaze slowly fell on class 34 of senior 3. It was on a girl in the back row who was looking down. A few days Agami younger brother Yu Menjiang from class 14. Had his leg broken in class, he's still in the hospital. So I want to take this opportunity to seek justice for him. Excuse me, since you're also a martial artist. Would you dare come up and spar with me? Everyone in the venue subconsciously. I followed Yu Yuan's gaze and looked in the direction of class 14. The students in class 14 heard the name Yu Menjiang. Their expressions changed instantly. Yu Menjiang was the class's #1 troublemaker. They have status connections power and are extremely arrogant. His vital energy and blood had reached the peak of a near martial artist. He was second only to Jiang Fu in the class. He bullied many of his classmates. 3 years of high school. Yu Menjiang has had at least 17 or 18 girlfriends. Before that, he was relentlessly pursuing a female student in her first year of high school. On the very day that Shijiu transferred at noon, Yu Menjiang immediately announced in class that he wanted Shijiu to be his girlfriend. Result, before he could even get close to Shijiu, the girl grabbed him by the stool and broke his leg on the spot. At the time, this incident caused quite a stir. Yu Menjiang's parents went to the school to demand an explanation. But nothing came of it. Shijiu was still sitting there perfectly fine. Many students in class 14, and even in the neighboring classes, were secretly applauding. Shijiu said he was ridding the school of a menace. And in the following days, Sukai was taken away. Chen Weiju, the hands-off manager, took over the class. In addition, there's no troublemaker like Yu Menjiang. The students of class 14 enjoyed a few sweet days like this. On the dais, upon seeing this, Shen Yan couldn't help but scoff. Although he wasn't the one who handled the last incident. But Shen Yan knew exactly what kind of person Yu Menjiang was. It seems that the whole family is truly courting death. Did they think that by finding Wu de martial arts school as their backer, they could get revenge? Shen Yan glanced at Wu Tian on the other side. Wu Tian looked completely relaxed. Noticing Shen Yan's gaze, he couldn't help but smile and ask, "What insightful opinion do you have, Manager Shen?" Shen Yan smiled but didn't say anything. This Wu martial arts school definitely has a problem with its feng shui. The martial arts instructor is the little devil's enemy. The master's last disciple also has a grudge against the young master. Thus, this martial arts school can continue to operate. He wrote Shen Yan's name backwards. Wu Tian frowned. He always felt that there was something in Shen Yan's eyes. It seemed to carry a hint of sympathy. The other people on the podiums, they all had expressions of anticipation. Like they were watching a good show, who would have thought? The top student in the senior year of No. 9 Middle School was actually the last disciple of the master of Wu martial arts school. Adding to Wu Dejiao's previous embarrassment. If things go wrong today, No. 9 Middle School will become a laughing stock. Qi Ziyuan's face remained expressionless. A cold smile even lingered at the corner of his mouth. Wu Tiandi of all people to mess with. You had to mess with this ancestor at this time. The girl in the last row of class 14 was looking down, writing and drawing in her notebooks. She noticed the gazes around her. She subconsciously looked up at Jiang Fu. What's wrong? Clearly, the girl was ignoring the commotion around her. Jiang Fu pointed to Yu Yuan on the stage. Yu Menjiang's brother has come for revenge. Shijiu's handsome brows furrowed slightly. And who is Yu Menjiang? Jiang Fu scratched his head. It's the one whose leg you broke. Shijiu responded with an "oh," seemingly unconcerned. The other students in class 14. Sukai put down the class 14 intensive review plan he was holding. He was about to speak, then. They watched helplessly as an empty stool suddenly flew up into the air. In the blink of an eye, it landed right in front of Yu Yuan. The next moment, the girl's clear, crisp voice rang out. Let's begin, and at this moment, Yu Yuan's eyes were still fixed on Shijiu. The moment the girl looked up, a flash of amazement crossed her eyes, but then, his expression froze. This A stool floating in midair, spiritual master. Looking at the stool floating in front of Wei Yuan. Many people present gasped in shock, no one expected this. This transfer student, whose looks alone outshone all the school beauties at No. 9 middle school, he was actually a mentalist. Wu Tian was also stunned, his thoughts. The intention was to give Yu Huayuan a chance to shine at this 100-day countdown rally. They displayed martial prowess far exceeding that of student martial artists. Use this opportunity to promote your martial arts school. Then, we brought in a group of promising students from No. 9 middle school result. His own closed-door disciple's enemy was actually a psychic. Moreover, he's not just an ordinary mentalist. The girl was at least 50 meters away from Yu Huayuan. How the hell are we supposed to fight like this? Su Yunfeng looked at the floating stool. He couldn't help but whisper, I feel like this girl's mental strength is even stronger than mine. Move the stool to a distance of 50 meters. Su Yunfeng could do that too, although the range of his mental power is 20 meters. However, they can achieve this through some special methods or tricks. It is possible to extend one's mental power. Neither Shen Yan nor Zhang Chong paid him any attention. Qi Ziayuan sat leisurely in his seat. He looked at Wu Tian. Smiled and said, Master, what shall we continue? Wu Tian's face twitched violently. Yu Huayuan's face was ashen. I admit defeat. Shiju responded with an "oh," the next moment clang. The stool landed on the stage. She lowered her head again and continued to develop her Jiang Fu special training plan. Students in class 14. They couldn't help but turn around and steal a glance at Shiju. Lupin looked regretful. Hey, why isn't Han Ryubing here? If she comes, she'll be so angry she'll vomit blood. A psychic Shiju is actually a legendary psychic. No, I have to tell Han Ryubing this, as they were talking. He took out his phone and started looking for Han Ryubing's contact information. Now Yu Huayuan stood at the front of the stage. I feel that if I don't do something, then he really became a clown then. He then saw the boy sitting next to Shiju, Jiang Fu. Do you dare come up and have a match with me? Jiang Fu was turning to the side, looking at the notebook in Shiju's hand. I was suddenly called out by name. He couldn't help but look up, somewhat taken aback, and said, Yu Huayuan stared intently at Jiang Fu. Our teacher always said if Jiang Fu were in our top class, you would definitely be number 1 in the grade. So, today I want to test just how special you really are. You uncrowned king of the senior year at No 9 High School. This is what Yu Huayuan said. It instantly resonated with students in the 2 top-performing classes of the senior year. Jiang Fu, a student from an ordinary class, becomes a martial artist and breaks into the top 10 of the grade. Look at Jiang Fu. She became a martial artist even in a regular class. And look at you guys. This phrase has almost become a mantra for teachers of top-performing classes. The students in the top classes were subjected to repeated, almost destructive encouragement now. Many students in the top classes feel a bit of a toothache when they hear the name Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu couldn't help but roll her eyes. No. Which teacher is this? I'm just stirring up trouble for him. At this time, Jiang Fu also wanted to throw a stool at him. But after a moment's thought, ultimately they didn't do that under Shiju's guidance. Jiang Fu's qi and blood value has reached 80, moreover. The qi and blood gradually resonate with the physical body and internal organs. This is a good opportunity to test the results using this newbie as a test. Then Jiang Fu nodded. He took out the golden warrior badge and hung it on the zipper on his chest. Then he stood up and walked step by step towards the front of the stage. Shiju looked up, looking at the boy's back. A smile spread across his previously expressionless face. Yu Huayuan glanced at the golden martial artist badge on Jiang Fu's chest and couldn't help but curl his lip. A martial arts contest is not child's play. If I accidentally break your leg. He had already been a martial artist for more than half a year. They didn't get certified by the Martial Arts Guild. This guy has only been a martial artist for a few days. And he's already so impatient upon hearing this. Jiang Fu was somewhat taken aback and asked, You're going to break my legs? Yu Huayuan nodded solemnly. My brother's leg is really broken, and someone has to pay the price for it. Since you're getting close to the transfer student, I'm afraid you'll have to put up with this, Jiang Fu nodded. Look towards the principal on the podium. The principal of No 9 Middle School was named Qi Ziayuan. Although Qi Ziayuan's name and biography have always been there. But who has time to look at that stuff? Principal, is it permissible to break his leg? Qi Ziayuan was about to speak. Wu Tian spoke first. In martial arts, dual injuries are inevitable. Losing an arm or a leg is a common occurrence, don't worry. My Wu'd martial arts school has special medicine. We'll fix it for you, Jiang Fu's eyes lit up instantly. Beside, Shen Yan saw this. Suddenly, I remembered that unfortunate drug lord. Losing limbs is indeed a common occurrence. But if you reattach the arms and legs... Shen Yan's expression grew increasingly distorted. Jiang Fu was even more decisive. All right, I've got it. He grabbed the chair that Shi Jiu had thrown at him. Missing an arm or a leg, toilet water. Oh wait, I mean recovery potion, they're everywhere. Zhang Chong glanced at Shen Yan beside him. Old Shen, why do you look so excited? Shen Yan chuckled. You'll be very excited in a little while, Zhang Chong. Oh, the audiences. The students in the top class have already started making a fuss. Brother Yuan, teach that Jiang Fu a lesson. Let him know just how big the gap really is between a regular class and an advanced class. Students in regular classes are also speaking out. Jiang Fu, keep it up, take down Yu Yuan. Let those arrogant students in the top classes know that we regular students aren't easy to bully. Qi Ziayuan saw this. I couldn't help but sigh. You're all still students, so try to stop there. Let's begin. The words had barely left his mouth. Yu Yuan now held a short stick in his hand. The next moment, his feet slipped. He pounced on Jiang Fu like a lion. Good. Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh. What a brilliant move. Like a lion hunting a rabbit, a fatal blow. Simply crush him, don't give him any chance. Yu Yuan had already raised the short stick in his hand. It created a whistling sound as it cut through the air. It slammed down hard on Jiang Fu's right shoulder. He didn't hold back at all with that strike. Once it hits, Jiang Fu's entire arm would have to be dislocated by him. Jiang Fu, he didn't even use his mental power. It's solely due to their incredibly fast nerve reaction speed. With a slight tilt of his body, he dodged the powerful blow. Then Jiang Fu swung the stool in her hand. One move sweeps away 1,000 troops. It swept hard towards Yu Yuan's leg. In that instant, blood and chi surged. It unleashed power far exceeding brute force. Click. With that sickening, piercing sound of bones cracking, a shrill scream also escaped Yu Yuan's lips. His whole body resembled the blades of a windmill. Stand still, turn sideways, and leap into the air, and then Jiang Fu raised the stool high in her hands. Multiply by 10 for 1 second, speed, strength, explosive force, and the firmness of the stool. Multiply all by 10, bang, click, clicks. A series of sounds rang out at the same time. The stool in Jiang Fu's hand. The blow landed heavily on the back of Yuan's legs. Yu Yuan's shrill and short screams almost became melodic. His body crashed heavily to the ground. His eyes rolled back. She fainted immediately then. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Yu Yuan's 2 hairy calves. It flew out of his trouser leg. It slammed heavily in front of the podium. Jiang Fu exclaimed, "Holy crap. This person's leg is so brittle. It broke off with the slightest touch." "Hey, you there. Manager Shen, come quick," said his leg. Shen Yan was watching the play. Jiang Fu suddenly called out his name. I couldn't help but roll my eyes inwardly. Why is it me again? Forget it, it's just taking the blame. It's not like I haven't done it before. Immediately, Shen Yan quickly left her seat. He grabbed the 2 legs in front of him. Then he shouted, "Don't worry, I'm here." They must put that leg back on before anyone could react. Shen Yan, osing his 2 legs, moved like a whirlwind to stand in front of Jiang Fu and Yu Yuan. Now Yu Yuan had already fainted. Jiang Fu was carrying a stool next to him. They seemed somewhat at a loss. Shen Yan moved closer. He lowered his voice, "Reverse the order." Jiang Fu raised an eyebrow. It's up to you, okay. Shen Yan's face was full of excitement. The person lying in front of me first caused trouble for the little ancestor. And now he's challenging the little devil. He deserved to have his leg broken then. Shen Yan decided to go all the way. Yu Huayuan's left calf was shoved into his right leg. The kind where the heels face forward. Then they shoved his right calf into his left leg. The heel is still forward and the ball of the foot is back. Manager Shen, thankfully the recovery potion you gave me last time is still here. Jiang Fu's voice rang out once again. Shen Yan. He secretly glanced in Shiju's direction, seeing that the little ancestor was watching them with great interest. A smile lingered in the corners of her eyes. Fine, it's mine then. I'm not going to stoop to your level, you little devil. As long as my little darling is happy. Jiang Fu had somehow produced a bottle. The water inside is a bit murky. He twisted open the bottle cap and poured it into Yu Huayuan's mouth. At the same time, silently repeated in your mind. Multiply the wound healing speed by 10. Double leg extension speed multiply by 10. It will last for an hour, but Yu Huayuan's vital energy was far inferior to that of the pharmacist that day. Although the recovery speed is multiplied by 10. However, the effect was not significant. Jiang Fu looked at Wu Tian on the platform, who was looking completely bewildered. That martial arts, what was it again? Didn't you just say you had recovery potions? Hurry up and bring it here. If a leg isn't set back on time, his life is over. Things happened too fast on the dais. Wu Tian was still processing what he was seeing. His last disciple, the senior class of No. 9 high school, is undoubtedly the top in the grade. How come it was only a single meeting? It took off on its 2 legs, is it fake? Now he heard Jiang Fu's shouting. He immediately came to his senses. He quickly pulled the medicine out of his pocket and rushed over. The medicine was also prepared in advance. If his apprentice was really badly injured by his student, it can also be recovered with medication. While I'm at it, let me also give the martial arts school a shout-out. Jiang Fu looked at Wu Tian and couldn't help but ask, how does your martial arts school usually teach its students? His leg is so fragile. I didn't even put any force on it and it flew off. Wu Tian. Shen Yan saw the medicine in Wu Tian's hand. He snatched it away. He then poured it onto Yu Huayuan's legs. Seeing this, Jiang Fu silently chanted in her mind, multiply the potion's potency by 10. And let it last for 1 hour. The next moment. The pains of growing up are coming. Yu Huayuan's increasingly shrill screams rang out. Wu Tian looked at Yu Huayuan's legs. He exclaimed in surprise. Something seems off about his leg. Shen Yan frowned and interrupted. Don't worry about whether the leg is right or not. As long as it can be set, Wu Tian nodded blankly. But seeing Shen Yan busy doing everything, they couldn't care less about these things, he quickly said. Call an ambulance immediately and get him to the hospital. At this very moment, the others in the room also realized what was happening. Holy crap, is Jiang Fu really that ruthless? 2 blows. Yu Huayuan's leg flew out. This ranking of first in the grade seems a bit questionable. I think the problem isn't the ranking of first in the grade is inflated. It's the ranking of Wu'd Martial Arts Academy that's inflated. Jiang Fu hadn't even exerted any force. And his leg flew off. It must be a problem with the martial arts school. In class 14, Lu Pin grumbled and said, what's the big deal? Jiang Fu is someone who went to the wilderness and came back alive. Yu Huayuan, so what if he's first in the grade? He's a hothouse flower, has he ever seen blood? Hearing what Lu Pin said, the students in class 14 also looked like they suddenly understood. He chimed in, that's right. Jiang Fu from our class is someone who came back alive from the wilderness. So what if he's first in his grade? So what if he's the martial arts school master's last disciple? Has he ever been to the wilderness? I heard the sounds coming from class 14. The others also gradually realized the truth. There were rumors circulating some time ago. Jiang Fu from class 14 went to the wilderness alone and nearly lost her life. Now it seems, is there really that much value in having been to the wilderness? No way. It's not just about having been to the wilderness that's valuable. It's clear that Jiang Fu has the strength, which is why she dared to go to the wilderness and come back alive. Speaking of which, even though Yu Huayuan is first in his grade, he still doesn't dare to go to the wilderness. He's also the last disciple of the owner of the Wood Martial Arts School. His martial arts practitioner status hasn't even been verified. This Wood Martial Arts School isn't all that great. On the dais, school leaders, as well as representatives from various martial arts groups, they all sat there without moving. They looked at Jiang Fu as if she were a rare treasure. Zhang Chong licked the corner of his lips. He had been watching Shen Yan's movements closely. They watched helplessly as he reattached Yu Huayuan's legs backwards. Thinking back to how excited he was earlier. When did this martial arts guild manager Shen develop such a perverse sense of humor? But I realized that Jiang Fu was also a big shot. Join the big shots in their antics. That's quite interesting then. Zhang Chong happily ran over as well. Wu Tian saw that Zhang Chong had also come to help. His previously dark expression eased slightly. Jiang Fu, you've gone a bit too far. Wu Tian's expression was serious. How could you be so reckless and break someone's leg like that? Jiang Fu looked at Wu Tian blankly. I already asked and you said you could break their legs. Wu Tian, Jiang Fu tilted her head to look at him. Or is it that only he can break my legs and I can't break his? Wu Tian glanced at Zhang Chong subconsciously. He then said with a serious expression, but you are all students. How could you really use such force? Zhang Chong couldn't help but frown and say, Martial arts school master, are you always this hypocritical? Wu Tian looked completely taken aback. Didn't you come here to speak up for me yesterday? Our Wood Martial Arts School and your 9th District Patrol team just reached a verbal cooperation agreement. We're the ones on our side, aren't we? Shen Yan chimed in sarcastically just now. When Zhao Jiang asked the principal a question, you interrupted him. And he stated with absolute certainty, in martial arts competitions, injuries are inevitable. Losing an arm or a leg is a common occurrence. Why are you denying it now? Wu Tian's face turned bright red. Qi Ziayuan had already walked over slowly and deliberately. He nodded. I wanted to say no. But the martial arts school master said he could break my leg. And I can't very well refuse him in front of everyone. What do you think, Jiang Fu? Jiang Fu immediately understood Qi Ziayuan's meaning. So he said with an innocent look, I didn't want to either. But Yu Huayuan said he could break his legs. The martial arts school master was very encouraging of this kind of thing, saying he could heal a broken leg. Isn't it being treated quite well? Qi Ziayuan followed Jiang Fu's gaze and looked at Yu Huayuan's legs. Then, oh, it's really good. It just seems like the response was a bit reversed. Is Supervisor Shen really that unprofessional? Wu Tian saw the legs that had been reattached backwards. His face twitched slightly. Is my special potion really that effective? That connects it, and if it's reversed, it's reversed. We'll take it apart and reconnect it when we get back. But this matter can't be left like this. Thinking about this, Wu Tian looked at Zhang Chong once again. Zhang Chong was completely confused. Why are you staring at me like that, Wu Tian? When we met yesterday mornings. You're definitely not like that, Wu Tian had doubts. Yesterday morning when I saw Zhang Chong, he was all smiles and as warm as a brother. It's a complete imposter. How could they turn their backs on you after just one day? He's become all aloof and cold at this time. The ambulance hasn't arrived yet. A group of school doctors from the school clinic rushed over with a stretcher. They hurriedly took Yu Huayuan to the infirmary. Qi Ziayuan surveyed the entire venue. He was very satisfied with Jiang Fu's performance. The rally was almost ruined by Wu Tian and Wu Dezhou. Finally, thanks to the combined efforts of Shijiu and Jiang Fu, they were able to pull things back on track, however. There are some things Qi Ziayuan still needs to clarify. Alright, that's the end of it. In this competition, Jiang Fu from Class 14 wins. There was no microphone in front of Qi Ziayuan. That loud voice still resonated throughout the entire venue. His tone was somewhat serious. Also, there's one more thing. Jiang Fu went to the wilderness area because she had the strength. It wasn't that he became stronger after going to the wilderness. I hope all students will not confuse cause and effect. As they were talking, Qi Ziayuan's gaze fell on several top students in the honors class. He was genuinely worried that someone might be involved because of Jiang Fu. They excitedly ran towards the wilderness area. The students were speechless. Go to the wilderness. Are you looking for deaths? The martial spirit we possess isn't something we trade our brains for. Jiang Fu had already brought the stool. They returned to class 14 at the back when I passed by Sukai. Sukai looked pleased. Well done. I was really worried you wouldn't dare break his leg. Jiang Fu smiled. It's all thanks to the teacher's excellent teaching. Sukai looked at his prize student. Increasingly satisfied. Go back. Shijiu looked at Jiang Fu. She tilted her head slightly. I feel like something's still missing, just a tiny bit. Jiang Fu tossed the stool behind her and sat down next to her. What's still missing? Shijiu reached out and pinched Jiang Fu's biceps. Your technique for generating power is still a little lacking. You can use even less force to exert even greater power. Jiang Fu agreed. Then teach me, Shijiu. Okay. The interlude has come to an end, the highlight of the rally. The segment where martial artists demonstrate their power is also continuing. However, the so-called challenge and competition were no longer there. The group consisted of Shen Yan from the Martial Arts Guild, Zhang Chong from the patrol team, and Su Yunfenga mentalist. They went on stage one after another to showcase the true fighting prowess of martial artists, because of the warm-up act by Shijiu and Jiang Fu earlier. Therefore, the students' enthusiasm was exceptionally high. In particular, Su Yunfeng's performance as a spiritual healer. It amazed everyone originally. This segment also includes a performance by Wu Tian. But because of what happened with Yu Huayuan before, he left halfway through the event. And no one knows where he went. Soon, the students' eyes lingered with unfinished business. This concludes all parts of the mobilization meeting. Principal Qi Ziayuan was very satisfied with this. He tilted his head slightly. He gestured to a slightly overweight middle-aged man next to him who was wearing an executive jacket. The middle-aged man nodded. He stood up and slowly walked to the front of the stage. There was no microphone in front of him either. Dear students, my name is Chu Hyoyan, and I am the director of the admissions office of the education department of the 9th district of Bincheng. If any of you are interested in applying to the 3 major martial arts universities, Tianhuang, Diyuan, and Rengshuan, you can register with me now. The words had barely left his mouth. A slight commotion arose in the venue, heaven and earth. Local human mystery. The 3 great martial arts universities of heaven, earth, and man's. It is the best martial arts university in the entire Xia kingdom. This applies to both the quality of the teaching staff and the overall strength of the school. They far surpass other martial arts universities. Not only that, other martial arts universities use the college entrance examination score as the admission standard. However, there are 3 main elements, heaven, earth, and man's, in addition to the regular college entrance examination. The entrance examination and its rules will be made available 100 days before the college entrance examination. In other words, if you apply for the 3 majors, heaven, earth, and humanities, so the next 100 days will be the student's exam period. Certainly, if it's a 100-day countdown rally for some top high schools. For example, Bincheng No 1 High School, Bincheng No 1 Middle School. It will be the presence of the 3 great teachers of heaven, earth, and man. As for Bincheng No 9 Middle School, the local education department could only issue the notification on its behalf. Bincheng No Middle School has never had a student admitted to the top 3 universities in Daxia since its establishment. And Bin Cheng no 1 middle school no 2 middle school and no 3 middle school every. Several promising students successfully gain admission to the top 3 universities in the heaven. Earthhand Humanities System. The students in the hall couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. The back row of class 14, Jiang Fu was whispering to Shiju. Hearing this, he raised his head. Shiju looked at Jiang Fu and smiled. Let's sign up. Jiang Fu looked at Shiju and what about you? Shiju patted Jiang Fu on the shoulder. Don't worry. I'll go. Jiang Fu nodded. He slowly stood up. In front of the stage, Chu Hyoyan had already returned to his seat, in his view. This time it's just a formality just like in previous years. Jiang Fu, who was just now, was quite good, however. The eligibility criteria for registration have not yet been met. The most basic requirements for applying to the 3 majors of heaven. Earthhand Humanities, the Qi and blood value reached 300. Although Chu Huyan could not determine Jiang Fu's exact blood and Qi levels. However, it's also clear that he hasn't reached that standard. But that girl. Chu Huyan subconsciously looked towards Shijiu's position. But then I suddenly saw it. The figure of that boy from just now. They were already walking towards him. Meeting everyone's gaze. Hello. I want to apply to Tianhuang Martial Arts University. Chu Huyan was stunned. He then smiled and said, classmate. The basic requirement for applying to the 3 realms of heaven. Earthhand Man is a Qi and blood value of 300. Before formal registration, your Qi and blood will be tested. Jiang Fu frowned. Is your mental strength insufficient? I am a spiritualist. 063. The previously noisy venue suddenly fell silent. The students were preparing to leave, along with the school leaders and martial artists on the stage. They all stopped what they were doing. They all turned to look at Jiang Fu, a psychic. You say you're a spiritualist. Just now you used the most ordinary stool. Relying on the strength of the physical body. 2 stools broke both of a martial artist's legs. Now you're telling us that you're actually a psychic. You also need to apply to Tianhuang Martial Arts University, using your identity as a spiritual master. This moment, the entire venue fell into an inexplicable silence. Many people then thought of Yu Huayuan from earlier. I couldn't help but silently light a candle for him in my heart. If Yu Huayuan knew that Jiang Fu was also a mentalist, he probably would have admitted defeat long ago. Do you think Jiang Fu didn't mention he was a mentalist before because he was afraid Yu Huayuan would just admit defeat? That must be it, that's right. He wanted to break Yu Huayuan's legs. But Yu Huayuan didn't provoke Jiang Fu, did he? But he messed with the transfer students. You all know what kind of people Yu Huayuan and Yu Menjiang are. If the transfer student were an ordinary person, he probably wouldn't have escaped their clutches either. If that's the case, then the transfer student and Jiang Fu are practically ridding the school of a menace. Su Kai was equally stunned by this surprise. His gaze was somewhat vacant as he stared at Jiang Fu on the stage. My student is actually a psychic. Thinking about this, Su Kai suddenly grinned and laughed. Jiang Fu felt somewhat uncomfortable. He noticed that Chu Huyan was staring at him without saying a word. He glanced at Shen Yan subconsciously. Shen Yan felt a little uneasy under Jiang Fu's gaze. No. What kind of look is that? Don't look at me like that. The little darling is still watching from downstairs. Meanwhile, Su Yunfeng's eyes instantly lit up on Zhang Chong's other side. He whispered, a mentalist. Jiang Fu is actually a mentalist. If only I could take him as my apprentice. Zhang Chong looked at Su Yunfeng. His expressions somewhat complicated. No. Did you trade your brains for that mental strength? Didn't you think Jiang Fu looked familiar before? Now he doesn't look familiar anymore now. Zhang Chong seemed to understand a little. No wonder many people in the patrol team disliked Su Yunfeng and were trying to find ways to get rid of him. This guy's brain is practically useless. You don't even realize when you've offended someone. At this moment, Chu Huyan finally spoke. He asked, somewhat taken aback, are you a psychic? Jiang Fu nodded, yes. Can't spiritual practitioners register? Chu Huyan quickly replied, of course you can sign up. However, the registration standard for mentalists is a mental strength of 300. On-site testing is still required. Jiang Fu breathed a sigh of relief, no problem. Seeing Jiang Fu's expression, Chu Huyan immediately realized something. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Jiang Fu had no intention of hiding her identity as a mentalist. No need. His martial arts certification information indicates he is a mentalist. Jiang Fu's vital energy and blood can be multiplied by 10. In crucial moments, it can become a surprise trump card. Beside Chu Huyan, Qi Ziayuan's eyes were gleaming. He quickly urged, hurry, 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 quickly. Move the school's mental strength testing device over here. Hurry. Qi Ziayuan's mouth was stretched almost to his ears. He never expected this. Jiang Fu gave him such a big surprise, spiritual master. Moreover, a mentalist with a minimum mental strength of 300. Absolutely perfect. This year's 100-day countdown rally was absolutely perfect. They from Bencheng No 9 Middle School are finally going to make something of themselves. It's a pity that old B** D Wu Tian isn't here. Otherwise, heh. Several school leaders on the podium. Upon hearing Qi Ziayuan's words, he immediately got up and went to retrieve the mental strength testing equipment. The venue for the 100-day countdown rally was set up at the training ground of No. 9 Middle School. That mental energy testing device, long since gathering dust, sits right here. It was quickly moved over by several school leaders. This device looks very similar to the one from the Martial Arts Guild. But it's much bigger. The device started up quickly. Chu Huyan's attitude became increasingly amiable. He smiled and said, student, just place your hand on the sensor screen. Hearing Chu Huyan's words, Jiang Fu glanced at Shen Yan again. Shen Yan, no. Why are you looking at me again? The little darling is watching from downstairs. You're going to get me killed. Jiang Fu placed her hand on the screen in front of her. The numbers jumped around rapidly inside the venue. All students, teachers, and school leaders. Everyone held their breaths. They craned their necks to look this way finally. The numbers on the screen stopped jumping. Chu Huyan's eyes widened instantly. He exclaimed in surprise, 1,600. Your mental strength is actually 1,600. Shen Yan's eyes widened as well. How did this little devil's mental strength improve so quickly? In just a few days, it jumped from 1,000 to 1,600. Is this even human? Qi Ziayuan and the others also gasped in shock before that. They could guess it. Jiang Fu's spiritual strength definitely met the standards for registering for the 3 great aspects of heaven. Earth-hand man recruitment examination. That is 300, but no one expected this. The final result was an absurdly large number. Mental strength 1,600, intermediate level spiritualist. On the field, Zhang Chang was the most composed. He simply couldn't believe that a powerful figure could instantly kill a level 2 blue-ringed octopus. His mental strength is only a mere 1,600. A true master is a true master. They must have used some method that is beyond the comprehension of mortals like us to block the instrument's detection. A mere 1,600 mental strength is enough to utterly astonish you mortals. Su Yunfeng, standing beside Zhang Chang, said with some difficulty, Do I still have a chance to take him as my disciple? Zhang Chang glanced at him. I think you should eat more walnuts, Zhu Yunfeng blinked. Hug walnuts. What does that have to do with taking Jiang Fu as a disciple? Zhang Chang, it's okay. I just wanted to give you a boost in brain power. Su Yunfeng on the other side. Jiang Fu withdrew her hand. Is that all right? Chu Huyan's eyes lit up. And he couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's enough. That's enough, hahaha, okay. I'll register you right away. Who says that no one from our 9th district, from our Bincheng 9th Middle School, can get into the top 3 universities in Daxia? In Chu Huyan's view, 1,600 spiritual power. not to mention the heavenly desolate martial arts university. Passing the exams for earthly element and human profound realm is absolutely no problem. Class 14 Lupin was holding his phone, his fingers almost blurring out of focus. Lupin's hand reobings. Did you know that Jiang Fu is also a mentalist? And a mid-level mentalist with a mental strength of 1600. Lupin, no wonder he could buy qi and blood pills without the teacher's money. Lupin, now do you feel regrets? The kind of deep, heart-wrenching regrets. Lupin, but it's no use regretting it now. You're not good enough for Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu and Shiju are the perfect match. They're both mentalists, Han Ryubing. Lupin, let me tell you. Jiang Fu is currently registering for the entrance exam for Tianhuang Martial Arts University. I think Jiang Fu will become the first student in our school's history to be admitted to the top 3 universities in the world. Lupin, Han Ryubing, say something. Message sent but rejected by the recipient Lupin. Boring they blocked me like that, but it's okay. I don't believe she won't come back to school. Zhang Qilin's never mind. I heard Zhang Qilin went crazy and was sent to a mental hospital this morning. This is the 100-day countdown rally. Chu Hyoyan thought it would be the same as the previous times. I'm just here to go through the motions. I never imagined that someone from No. 9 middle school would actually meet the requirements for applying to the top 3 schools. Therefore, I did not bring any application materials. However, at this moment, he had already notified the Ministry of Education and sent the materials to the principal's office. Immediately, Chu Hyoyan, Chi Ziayuan, a group of school leaders from No. 9 middle school as well as Shen Yan Zhang Changzu Yunfeng, and others surrounded by Jiang Fu. They marched in a grand procession toward the principal's office. Chu Hyoyan looked at Shiju walking beside Jiang Fu. He couldn't help but say, "Young man, I see your mental strength is quite strong. Aren't you planning to register for the exam?" Shiju held a notebook in one hand and tugged at Jiang Fu's clothes with the other. She was feeling a little sleepy, no. Chu Hyoyan felt a little regretful. But there was no insistence. Instead, he looked at Jiang Fu and said again, "Jiang Fu, I have something to remind you." Chu Hyoyan's tone turned serious. The entrance examination for the 3 major martial arts universities, Heaven, Earth and Human, involves combat with mutated beasts. Therefore, over the next 100 days, you will need to enter the wilderness and hunt mutated beasts. This process allows for death. Jiang Fu slowed her pace. As I know, Chu Hyoyan also slowed down his pace, following Jiang Fu. Your competitors are students from the martial arts classes of Bincheng No. 1 middle school, No 2 middle school, and No. 3 middle school. Jiang Fu was taken aback. Martial arts class, Chu Hyoyan hummed in agreement, yes. The martial arts class every year. These martial arts classes also organize students to go into the wilderness for training. While your mental strength is undoubtedly powerful, your combat and survival experience in the wilderness may not be as good as theirs. Jiang Fu took a deep breath and slowly nodded. The world is not lacking in geniuses, and there are countless geniuses who possess both resources and the drive to work hard. Chi Ziayuan and the other school leaders of No. 9 middle school exchanged glances. They both noticed each other's concerns. Although Jiang Fu had also been to the wilderness area, but everyone knew exactly what had happened that time. Not long after, the group then arrived at the principal's office. The Ministry of Education had already sent over the relevant application materials and equipment. A very formal-looking contract, Jiang Fu. Chu Hyoyan's expression was serious. Let's finalize everything one last time before officially signing the contract. Are you really going to apply to one of the 3 major martial arts universities? Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Jiang Fu, I only want to apply to Tianhuang Martial Arts University. Chu Hyoyan rubbed his temples. The entrance exams for the 3 universities are combined. Tianhuang Martial Arts University is the premier martial arts university in the Xia Kingdom. If you want to be admitted to Tianhuang Martial Arts University, you must raise your score as high as possible. Jiang Fu glanced at Shiju. At this moment, Shiju had regained consciousness. She nodded at Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu, I understand. He accepted the contract. He signed his name then. Following Chu Huyan's instructions, they placed a special mark on the contract. It left its own spiritual imprint at last. Chu Huyan accepted Jiang Fu's martial arts badge. Enter the badge information into the computer. The exam system will be officially activated tomorrow morning at 10:00 a.m. At that time, as long as you are the one carrying this martial artist badge, you can enter the wilderness area through the safe passage. Therefore, every mutated beast you hunt from now on will contribute to your points in this assessment. Jiang Fu asked instinctively, aren't there any rules or restrictions to prevent cheating or something? Cheating. Chu Huyan shook his head. A martial artist's strength is never confined to themselves. Humanity's fight against mutated beasts and even realm beasts has never relied on individual strength. Identity, ground resource connections, manpower, material resources, and even luck and fortuitous encounters are all part of a martial artist's strength. If you can command a large following and inspire other martial artists to fight for you, that also demonstrates your strength. Not to mention those martial arts families. Their accumulated wealth over generations is not just for show. The three major martial arts universities, heaven and earth, and humanity also warmly welcome such individuals to join. Of course, in the eyes of those geniuses nurtured by powerful institutions, this entrance exam is a test of their individual abilities. Very few would resort to external forces, to put it simply. It's an assessment of hunting mutated beasts. Those who have the ability to cheat and those who don't are never on the same track. Jiang Fu neither agreed nor disagreed. As long as cheating is possible, they have connections. I have multiplied by 10. I have submitted my application materials. After all the procedures were completed, Jiang Fu and Shiju left amidst the reluctant gazes of the school leaders. I left the principal's office. Shiju looked at Jiang Fu and pondered for a moment. Teacher Su's situation is somewhat similar to yours. Jiang Fu was taken aback. What, Shiju? It's Teacher Su. His situation likely stems from using some forbidden technique, exhausting his vital energy and essence to forcibly boost his combat power, thus reducing him from a martial artist to an ordinary person. But he must have eaten some kind of spiritual fruit, which is why he survived. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Shiju continued. With the lesser source pill, Teacher Su should be able to restore his original essence and blood, and become a martial artist again, original. Shiju wasn't interested in these things. Although I had met Sukai before, but I didn't pay much attention to it. But now Jiang Fu cares about Teacher Su. Shiju glanced at it a few more times. Jiang Fu's eyes lit up instantly. Little Yuan Dan. What about that Bao Yuan Chen Dan? Shiju shook her head. The Heavenly Treasure Origin pill is too potent. It will actually damage your foundation. Jiang Fu, all right then, let's go with the small source pill. Shiju patted the notebook in her hand and smiled. Let's go back before you go to the wilderness. I'll give you a few more training exercises. Jiang Fu imagined that tingling, numbing sensation and couldn't help but feel a little excited. Okay, and at this time, Shen Yan followed silently behind the two. A thought popped into his head. I wonder what good deeds old Su has done. However, at this moment, he finally got a clear look at the notebook in Shiju's hand. Shen Yan had been curious about this before. What exactly is it? It can keep my little princess, who's practically an internet addict, from touching her phone for an entire afternoon. Looking at it now, Jiang Fu's special training plan. Shen Yan, outside the gate of No 9 Middle School. Wu Dejiao squatted in a corner with a worried look on his face, puffing on his cigarette. He saw Wu Tian walking towards him. He said expressionlessly, my brother is missing. Have you seen him? Unable to contact Wu Deming. There are certain dirty and shady things I can't do anymore. Wu Tian was slightly taken aback. You mean Wu Deming? I haven't seen him since last night, by the way. Are we just going to let today's matter go like this? Because of Wu Deming, Wu Tian and Wu Dezhou were naturally allies today. The whole mess that Yu Huayuan made was certainly orchestrated by Wu Dezhou. They just hadn't expected it. Wu Dezhou made a fool of himself first and was kicked out of the venue. Yu Huayuan was slapped in the face and had his leg broken by Shi Jiu and Jiang Fu one after the other. Their plan was ruined before it even began. As for what happened next, although neither of them were present, they had both heard about it after all. Jiang Fu is a mentalist with a mental strength of 1,600. I applied to the three majors, Heaven, Earth, and Humanities. It instantly caused a sensation throughout the entire 9th middle school. It even made it onto local news media and trended on the hot list within just half an hour. They couldn't help but know even if they wanted to. Wu Dezhou angrily threw the cigarette butt in his hand to the ground. Deming said that Jiang Fu's parents left him a third-tier spirit fruit tree at the Martial Arts Guild headquarters in District 1. Deming's disappearance may be related to this matter. Wu Tian froze instantly, a third-tier spirit fruit tree. That Jiang Fu. Wu Dezhou sneered, of course they were kept in the dark. A third-tier spirit fruit tree. It blossoms and bears fruit every year. Those greedy bastards from the Martial Arts Guild wished Jiang Fu would never know about this. In the other side of the wall, another corner. Shen Yan was eavesdropping with Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong's eyes widened, and he mouthed something to Shen Yan. A third-tier spirit fruit tree. Shen Yan made a shushing gesture. I stayed there and listened for a while longer. Only then did he pull Zhang Chong away. The tea house opposite No 9 Middle School. Shen Yan frowned as she looked at Zhang Chong. Does your patrol team have a partnership with Wood Martial Arts School? Zhang Chong coughed. Isn't this all because of that second-tier blue-ringed octopus? And a few days ago, an unusual aura also erupted from that valley near the blank area. Therefore, the 9th District Patrol team needs to be strengthened. Shen Yan snorted and now Zhang Chong chuckled dryly. Since Wu Tian and Jiang Fu don't get along, the cooperation was naturally cancelled, by the way. What's the deal with that third-tier spirit fruit tree? How come I didn't hear a thing? Shen Yan looked at Zhang Chong with an indescribable expression. You actually believe that, Zhang Chong, huh? Shen Yan curled her lip. If such a third-tier spirit fruit tree really existed, someone of your status wouldn't know about it. Zhang Chong stared blankly at Shen Yan. Shen Yan sighed. 12 years ago, the Beast Kang led an army of mutated beasts to attack the city, and nearly 10,000 warriors of Bin City perished in the battle. Jiang Fu's parents were among them in an instant. Zhang Chong then thought of the outer walls of Bin Cheng. Those dozen or so huge and deep claw marks. I couldn't help but shudder. Shen Yan's tone was somewhat somber. Jiang Fu's father, Jiang Yunhao and mother Wen Nian, were both high-level martial artists. They were the head and deputy head of the Jiang family's Yunshan Martial Arts Academy back then. Before that battle, they knew they wouldn't come back alive. Therefore, a special will was made in advance. It's about that so-called third-tier spirit fruit tree. It is clearly stated that the spirit fruit tree can only be inherited after Jiang Fu turns 18 and becomes a martial artist. Zhang Chong immediately realized, fake. Shen Yan nodded, it's fake, otherwise. Why is it the District 1 Martial Arts Guild, and not the District 9 Martial Arts Guild? The Martial Arts Guild of District 1 is the headquarters of the Martial Arts Guild of Bincheng. At that time, Guo Fangdong and Ji Yangxia were just two ordinary people. They couldn't even get through the gates of the Martial Arts Guild. It is also impossible to verify whether the spirit fruit tree exists. Moreover, they dared not let any third party know that such a will existed. Otherwise, would Jiang Fu even have the chance to be adopted by them? Of course, the couple had no doubt about the legacy left by the owner of Yunshan Martial Arts School. Shen Yan sighed. As expected, the result was as predicted. The Beast Kang has been defeated. All the martial artists of Yunshan Martial Arts School, including Jiang Fu's parents, were killed in battle. That battle in Bincheng's Yunshan Martial Arts School was not the only one that was completely wiped out. Martial artists like those from the Jiang family Yunshan martial arts school who died defending the city. Too many to list even now. Bincheng has not yet recovered its former vitality, now. The Bincheng Warriors Guild, warriors of the patrol team. A large portion of them were transferred from other cities, including Zhang Chong. It was only after that battle that he was transferred to Bincheng. Shen Yan shook her head. If it weren't for the will regarding this third-tier spirit fruit tree. Jiang Fu's two greedy relatives killed her long ago and ran away with the inheritance. Jiang Fu's parents were even more surprised. Guo Fangdong and Ji Yangxia are incredibly ruthless. They completely disregarded our past relationship. Not only did they use methods that forced Jiang Fu's growth, but they also forcibly boosted his qi and blood. Even after he became a martial artist, they sent him directly to his death in the wilderness. All I can say is, human nature is the most unreliable thing. Zhang Chong looked at Shen Yan. Your martial arts guild isn't going to do anything about this. Shen Yan sneered. Didn't the patrol team also ignore it? Zhang Chong muttered when I arrived. The patrol team had lost countless men. They had no time to care about others, Shen Yan snorted. As if no one has ever died in our martial arts guild. As they were talking, they both fell silent this time. If it weren't for Jiang Fu and Shi Jiu's connection, Shen Yan was too lazy to investigate these old grievances. However, the story about the third-tier spirit fruit tree was just something to fool those two clueless idiots. Who would have thought that Wu Deming would actually believe it? Zhang Chong muttered somewhat discontentedly. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have believed you. Back then, the Jiang family's Yunshan martial arts school was quite large. It's not impossible that they were able to obtain a third-tier spirit fruit tree. The next moment, Zhang Chong immediately realized what was happening. You mean Wu Deming was arrested by you? Shen Yan's expression changed instantly. How about you come up with a way to lure Wu Tian and Wu Dejiao to my place as well? Something subtle, like using a third-tier spirit fruit tree as bait. How about we give our little darling and the little devil a surprise then? Zhang Chong's eyes lit up slightly. Little ancestor, little devil, that's great. I just said a few words to Wu Tian. But we haven't completely fallen out yet. I'll contact Wu Tian and Wu Dejiao right away. 9th Middle School at the entrance of the library. Jiang Fu looked at Shi Jia, who was dozing off beside her, and asked. Tired, Shi Jiu nodded. Jiang Fu put the book in her hand into her storage badge. Then he reached out and gently lifted the person up in his arms. Go to sleep, back to that familiar embrace. Shi Jiu couldn't help but narrow her eyes and rest her head on Jiang Fu's shoulder. She didn't sleep a wink last night, spending all her time organizing training plans for Jiang Fu. I'm really starting to feel the strain, Obi the way. You'll receive a confirmation link for the entrance exam in a bit. Remember to choose the elite assessment. Jiang Fu was taken aback. Elite assessment. Shi Jiu hummed in agreement. The big three assessments are divided into an expansion assessment and an elite assessment. The expanded enrollment assessment. That's what Chu Huyin was talking about. It's something the three major universities created to attract resources for themselves. Elite assessment is the true entrance examination. If you choose the elite assessment, someone will help you activate the proctoring mode. That is what you mean by preventing cheating, then. She muttered under her breaths. That Chu Huyin isn't an admissions officer at the three top universities at all. He doesn't know anything and is just spouting nonsense. He is completely misleading students. Jiang Fu suddenly realized. When Chu Huyin first told him about it, he thought it was unreliable. There's no exam without proctors. Whether or not students cheat depends entirely on their self-discipline. Shi Jiu yawned again, nestled in Jiang Fu's arms. She closed her eyes contentedly. The sun is setting. As dusk settles, the city lights begin to twinkle. Jiang Fu held Shi Jiu in her arms. They slowed their pace and walked step by step towards the Blue Coast Manor residential area. Still on the way, Jiang Fu then received a message. It contains a link after opening it with mental power. It then redirected to a web page. just as Shi Jiu had predicted. The above is Jiang Fu's assessment application confirmation information. The bottom was filled with all sorts of rules. This includes the rules for elite assessments and expanded enrollment assessments. Elite assessment, also known as individual assessment. Once passed, he was admitted to any of the three major martial arts universities, Tianhuang, Diyuan and Rengshuan. Points earned during the assessment period will be returned tenfold. Tuition is waived. There are also scholarships and points rewards every year. Expansion of enrollment assessment. That is what Chu Huyan was talking about. You can use all your connections to help you with the assessment. All points earned during the assessment period must be submitted. After being admitted to one of the three major martial arts universities, in addition to a fixed amount of 1 billion yuan per semester, or resources of equivalent value as tuition fees, we also need to complete the task of 50 million contribution points annually. All contribution points earned must be handed over. In summary, those who pass the expanded enrollment assessment will be admitted to one of the top three universities. It means using money resources or contribution points to pave the way. Jiang Fu couldn't help but click her tongue. It really was set up to attract resources. 1 billion, all right. 1 billion in the eyes of martial artists, especially those from aristocratic families, is completely different from 1 billion in the eyes of ordinary people. Actually, 1 billion is not bad. The real highlight is those 50 million contribution points. Bincheng 9th Martial Arts Hospital Orthopedics. Outside the ward, Wu Tian looked out the window at Yu Huayuan, who was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face. His face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. He genuinely liked Yu Huayuan, his last disciple. It wasn't just because the Yu family gave him money and resources. Yu Huayuan is quite talented with proper training. They will undoubtedly become the backbone of Wu'd martial arts school in the future. But now not only were his legs broken, but they were also reattached backwards. Moreover, all within this short afternoon. It miraculously grew back like that. The connections between nervous bones and muscles are also perfect, and at this moment, the two legs that had been joined backwards were naturally cut off by the doctor. They took it back right there. However, this recovery is far less successful than before. Even when Wu Tian brought out the special medicine from the Wu'd martial arts school, the effect was minimal at this time outside the ward. A gloomy and desolate atmosphere prevailed. Yu Huayuan's father, Yu Xiangrong, sat on the bench without saying a word. The last time when Yu Menjiang's leg was broken, he wanted to take revenge. Then he was warned by some powerful figure he couldn't afford to offend. The matter was thus left unresolved. This time it was arranged by Wu Tian and Wu Dezhao. The Yu family also wanted to take the opportunity to get revenge. Result, Yu Huayuan's leg was also broken. The one who made the move was a mid-level mentalist with a mental strength of 1/600. Moreover, it was Yu Huayuan who took the initiative to challenge him. Wu Tian agreed, saying that breaking a leg was an option. Yu Xiangrong felt that if he went to Jiang Fu for revenge, the probability of having your leg broken by the other party is higher. As for reattaching Yu Huayuan's leg backwards, Manager Shen of the Martial Arts Guild, another force to be reckoned with. The Yu family does have some influence, but it can't compare to the Martial Arts Guild. Elder Wu, is this really going to be left like this? Yu Xiangrong was somewhat unwilling. He couldn't afford to offend those two himself, so he could only place his hopes on Wu Tian. Wu Tian remained expressionless. Don't worry, I'll take action. For that third-tier spirit fruit tree. This matter cannot be left unresolved, suddenly. Wu Tian's phone rang once, he took it and frowned. Zhang Chong, he has the nerve to come looking for me. Oh, PH. I'd like to see what kind of nonsense he has in store for me. He and Zhang Chong were clearly allies, but in the afternoon, he found himself in an awkward situation. Zhang Chong needs to give himself an explanation for this matter. And Shen Yan, when Wu Tian saw the following message. A cold smile crept onto his face, Shen Yan. They are the real culprits. The head of the martial arts guild actually reattached a person's leg backwards. Immediately Wu Tian stood up. Xiao, you don't worry. I will give you an explanation for this. As they were talking, he got up and went downstairs. They walked towards the hospital exit. Outside the hospital, Shen Yan's Pikachu. Wu Tian had just opened the car door. Zhang Chong spoke first. Call Wu Dejiao, let's go to the martial arts guild to talk. This concerns a third-tier spirit fruit tree. We must be extremely careful. Wu Tian paused for a moment. Then immediately sat in the back seat of the car. No wonder you two were acting that way this afternoon. So he knew about the third-tier spirit fruit tree. It seems Wu Deming's disappearance is related to you. Wu Tian looked at the two people in the car with suspicion. You called me here. You wouldn't be so kind as to let me get a share of the profits. Would you? Shen Yan remained silent. Zhang Chong spoke again. Call Wu Dejiao and arrange a place to meet. The spirit fruit tree is in the martial arts guild of District 1. To bring it back, that will alone isn't enough. We need to call a few more people over here. Besides Supervisor Shen and myself. We also have Vice President Kui from the 9th Martial Arts Hospital. Wu Tian suddenly realized. He then picked up the phone. Blue Coast Manor Residential Complex. Shijio was still asleep. Jiang Fu put her on the bed in the bedroom and covered her with a blanket. He then returned to his room at this time. A book was placed in front of Jiang Fu. The application of basic mental strength. This was at the library this afternoon. The book Shijio recommended to him. Jiang Fu possesses strong mental power, but lacks many basic application methods. This book can fill that gap perfectly. The number of fishing enthusiasts in the God sequence will be multiplied by 10. Lasting for 10 hours. The probability of catching a heavenly treasure origin pill is multiplied by 10. Lasting for 10 hours. The probability of me catching the heavenly treasure source elixir is multiplied by 10. And this effect lasts for 10 hours. The probability of catching a pill with properties similar to the Tianbao Yuanchen pill is multiplied by 10. And this effect lasts for 10 hours. The probability of me catching a pill with properties similar to the Tianbao Yuanchen pill will be multiplied by 10. Lasting for 10 hours. Multiply the number of items caught by 10, good luck. Oh well, never mind, let's not multiply good luck by 10 yet. Let's accumulate some luck first. To prepare for the next time we eat the abyss fruit. Last time, Jiang Fu had to eat 6 abyss fruits to unlock a sequence. He now has 4 abyss fruits left. And he needs to be prepared before eating them, then. May your good fortune recover quickly multiplying by 10. And lasting for 10 hours. Cultivation speed multiplied by 10. Lasting for 10 hours. Comprehension multiplied by 10, lasting for 10 hours. Perception ability multiplied by 10. Lasting for 10 hours. The cultivation effect is multiplied by 10. Lasting for 10 hours. Multitasking 10 times for 10 consecutive hours. Now. Jiang Fu was too lazy to find a water basin. He lay there leaning against the bed. He was holding a fishing rod in one hand while fishing. He practiced the rainy night stargazing chart while working on it. The book The Basic Application of Mental Power floated in front of him. Under the scan of mental energy. The words above came to mind, unconsciously. One night past 8 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Fu opened her eyes. A day without school. Immediately, he subconsciously looked down at the bedroom floor. A dazzling array of treasures. He brought up the system screen to take a look. A list. There is no such thing as the heavenly treasure source pill. It seems this kind of elixir is indeed rare. But it's okay, 10 hours a day, I'm sure I can catch you. Jiang Fu counted them using his mental power. He sent everything on the ground into his storage badge. After washing up, I made the bed and changed my clothes. As I went downstairs, the pots and pans in the kitchen then started moving on their own. Shiju sat down at the dining table early. He was writing and drawing on that Jiang Fu's special training plan. The application process is all taken care of. Jiang Fu sat down next to Shijiu, looking at that thick training plan book. Shijiu hummed in agreement. I'll start by giving you some simple qi and blood training. We'll go challenge them this morning. We'll go to the martial arts guild this afternoon and head into the wilderness. Jiang Fu was taken aback. Challenge them. Shijiu nodded. It's just about finding someone for you to practice with. That guy yesterday was a complete novice. You couldn't tell anything from him. I need to go to a proper martial arts school and challenge those who have actually practiced martial arts or are aspiring martial artists. Jiang Fu's eyes lit up instantly. Wu de Martial Arts School. Shijiu frowned, her beautiful brows furrowing. I think the Wu de Martial Arts School is overrated. The students there probably aren't that great. But since you're interested, let's make Wu de Martial Arts School our first stop. Next, aim to defeat all the beginner students in all the martial arts schools in District 9 within 7 days. Shijiu looked at Jiang Fu. As a successor of the Yunqin Martial Arts School, it's perfectly legitimate for you to come and challenge them. 067 in the name of Yunqin Martial Arts School. Jiang Fu certainly knew about Yunqin Martial Arts School. Yunqin Martial Arts School. Back in the day, he was quite famous in District 9. It is much stronger than the current Wu de Martial Arts School. But 12 years ago, during the catastrophe of the beast invasion of the city, the martial artists from Yunqin Martial Arts School, along with those from the other 3 large martial arts schools in District 9, charged ahead of everyone else. No one retreated, they all died in battles now. Jiang Fu is nominally considered the successor of the Yunqin Martial Arts School. Shijiu rested her chin on one hand. The purpose of challenging the martial arts school is to use its students to hone your physical body and internal energy, and improve your combat experience. If you try to challenge them as an individual, they won't pay you any attention. But going to challenge another martial arts school under the name of a martial arts school is a different story. According to the martial arts school's rules, the opponent must send a student of similar skill level to fight you. Shijiu looked at the small bowl of wontons that floated to her side. He swallowed hard, of course. You don't need to use your identity as a mentalist. You can challenge them as a quasi-martial artist. However, once you establish the name of the Yunqin Martial Arts School, other martial arts schools will likely come knocking to challenge you. Jiang Fu peeled a hard-boiled egg and put it in Shijiu's bowl. No problem, if anyone wants to challenge me, I'll take it. Shijiu used chopsticks to poke open the hard-boiled egg in the bowl, breaking up the yolk and mixing it into the soup. After we finish eating, I'll teach you another set of boxing techniques. Jiang Fu's eyes lit up. What kind of boxing style? Shijiu, a boxing style that coordinates the body and blood circulation. Upon hearing this, a slight sense of loss flashed in Jiang Fu's eyes. A martial art that regulates the body and blood circulation. Then Shijiu took a sip of soup with a spoon. Her eyes crinkling slightly. The 5-minute blood circulation exercise every day is still essential. Jiang Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Let's eat. In the small garden in the backyard of the villa, under the morning lights, Shijiu was wearing a dark blue tracksuit. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail. She assumed a fighting stance and slowly unleashed a set of punches. While practicing, explained the postures and key points. Jiang Fu was wearing the same sportswear. Following behind hers, he imitated Shijiu's movements in a very convincing manner. Learning ability multiplied by 10. Comprehension ability multiplied by 10. Jiang Fu quickly grasped the essentials of the boxing technique. After finishing a set of boxing techniques, Shijiu watched Jiang Fu's movements and slowly said, "This set of fist techniques is called Yin Yuan technique. Once your qi and blood levels reach a certain point, qi and blood circulation methods alone will no longer be able to help you improve them. We need the elemental attraction technique to assist in the enhancement." Jiang Fu's situation is different from others. His fundamental resources are depleted, and his potential is exhausted. Ordinary methods, such as the qi and blood cultivation methods taught in schools, are basically unable to improve qi and blood. Even qi and blood pills, Jiang Fu multiplied the potency, efficacy effects, and even absorption of the qi and blood pill by 10. He barely managed to raise his qi and blood value to the level of a quasi-martial artist. And now, the two methods that Shi Jiu presented. Qi and blood flow guiding Methoduan Qi guiding technique. This is undoubtedly an advanced cultivation method that ordinary martial artists cannot access. As Shi Jiu spoke, Jiang Fu has completed a set of fist techniques. His face was slightly flushed. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. The body's qi and blood are mobilized gradually. A special resonance forms between the body and internal organs. However, his qi and blood levels did not increase. At this moment, Shijiu slowly stepped forward and placed her hand on Jiang Fu's chest. Why is it a bit harder than yesterday? Her little hand gently grasped it. A small question mark flashed in his eyes. Jiang Fu blushed. I was asleep in the middle of the night last night. I suddenly remembered that I needed to exercise, so I did more than a dozen sets of push-ups in bed in the middle of the night. Multiply the training effect by 10, don't say. It's quite noticeable. Shijiu pursed her lips and began to perform the qi and blood circulation technique. You continue, don't get distracted, Jiang Fu. Okay, Jiang Fu took a deep breath. He unleashed his fist technique once more. Shijiu stood in front of him, her hand on his chest. They moved in accordance with Jiang Fu's movements. It did not create any obstacles. The cultivation of qi and blood must not be rushed. Especially for someone like you, whose fundamental energy is depleted and whose vital energy and blood are weak. You should proceed gradually and slowly to improve. If you improve too quickly, it will put a strain on your body. Shijiu's fair and pretty face was full of seriousness. I see. Jiang Fu felt the fluctuations of qi and blood within her body. His boxing skills became increasingly steady and composed. Unconsciously, it was 10:00 M Villa living room. Jiang Fu and Shijiu finished taking a shower. I changed my clothes. They were just about to set off to challenge the Wood martial arts school. And at this time, a clear, pleasant voice suddenly sounded from the intelligent access control system at the villa's entrance. Is Jiang Fu home? Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The voice continued to come from the intelligent access control system. I am Zia Fan from the Martial Arts Guild. Shijiu sat on the sofa, she tilted her head slightly. Zia Fan, president of the 9th District Martial Arts Guild. They're probably here to set up the proctoring system for you. Jiang Fu suddenly realized. The entrance exams for the 3 majors of Heaven Earth and Humanity officially began at 10:00 a.m. today. At this time, Chairman Zia Fan had already arrived at Jiang Fu's doorstep. There should also be villas within the Blue Coast Manor residential complex. You're at home, come in not long after. One of them was wearing loose-fitting training clothes. A young man who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old arrived at the villa's gate. Jiang Fu used her mental power to open the door for him. Jiang Fu, oh, and she too, hello, I am Zia Fan. Zia Fan's gaze lingered on Shijiu for only a moment. It then landed on Jiang Fu. Shijiu sat on the sofa and nodded slightly. There wasn't much indication, Zia Fan didn't care. Jiang Fu chose to take the entrance exams for the 3 major martial arts universities, Tianhuang, Diyuan and Rengshuan. I came here specifically to activate the proctoring system for Jiang Fu. Zia Fan had handsome features, he always wore a kind smile, which made people feel good about him without them even realizing it. But under Jiang Fu's spiritual power, this summer's troubles are like a live volcano ready to erupt at any moment. A terrifying power lurks within him. At least a high-level martial artist. Perhaps even stronger if Shen Yan truly has no trump cards. Zia Fan could kill 3 of him with a single punch. In this world, advanced martial artists with over 10:00 qi and blood usually operate in wilderness areas. In order to seek opportunities to break through to the extraordinary. People like Shen Yan and Zhang Chong, although they are intermediate-level martial artists with nearly 10:00 0 units of qi and blood, however. They serve as leaders or managers of their respective factions within the city. This means that their potential in martial arts has been exhausted. They could only stay in the city, handling some trivial matters. Fan is a high-level martial artist. He is also the president of the 9th District Martial Arts Guild. However, Shen Yan was in charge of most of the affairs of the 9th District Martial Arts Guild. His position as chairman is more of a symbol this time. It's still because of Jiang Fu. Fan made a special trip back from the wilderness area. Jiang Fu approached and greeted Fan politely. "Hello, President, I'm Jiang Fu. Nice to meet you, please guide me." Fan's expression stiffened. "When you first went to the Martial Arts Guild to get certified as a martial artist. We actually met before, Jiang Fu's ahahata. Really, hello, President Zia, this is our second meeting." Fan coughed and handed Jiang Fu a silver metal disc that was about the size of a palm. "Is this how we prevent cheating?" Jiang Fu took the metal disc somewhat curious. "How does it prevent cheating?" The key question is, can it prevent multiplication by 10? Fan looked at the silver disc in Jiang Fu's hand. Anti-cheating, it not only prevents cheating, but it's also a tool for evaluating and settling accounts in this assessment. It's a treasure jointly developed by 7 martial artists from the 3 major martial arts universities, Tianhuang, Diyuan and Rengshuan. It's called the Xuan Guang Mirror. It can be considered a spatial storage item. Furthermore, those in the profound light realm possess a special ability, the ability to rewind time and understand the cause of death. Jiang Fu was taken aback. Tracing back to death, understanding the cause of death. Fan nodded. Use your martial artist badge to activate the mystic mirror first. In this way, the mystic mirror will be able to detect your blood and energy fluctuations and mental energy fluctuations. After we leave the city, throw the mutated beasts you hunted into the profound light realm. The mystic mirror can automatically determine the cause of death of the mutated beast, whether there was assistance from others or interference from other forces, and then calculate your assessment points on the spot. Jiang Fu was stunned. It's that simple. Fan stared at the Xuan Guang mirror. Simple. It is indeed quite simple. But this is a sequence item developed by 7 high-level sequence martial artists. Sequences are something that ordinary martial artists cannot comprehend. Jiang Fu suddenly realized he couldn't help but mutter. "I thought it was some kind of body camera or something." Fan twitched the corner of his mouth. Install surveillance cameras. Surveillance can be interfered with or even blocked. Which sequence items developed by sequence warriors are the most useful? Speaking of surveillance, this Xuan Guang mirror can indeed monitor some things. For example, it can detect whether other powerful martial artists will appear around you. Once the mystic mirror detects that someone else has helped you, your elite assessment will automatically be downgraded to an expansion assessment. Jiang Fu nodded. The entrance exams for the 3 major universities have been held for many years. We certainly won't let anyone easily find a loophole. I don't know why. Jiang Fu then thought of the relevant rules for the expanded enrollment assessment. Do you think some people at the top 3 universities actually want test takers to cheat? This way we can recruit more students through the expansion program. Fan coughed. Well, this kind of thing. Obviously. This kind of thing has happened quite often in previous years' exams. Cheating on the exam. They were all caught by the mystic mirror. They were not disqualified. The only difference is that the original elite admissions program has been changed to expanded admissions. Jiang Fu observed Fan's expression and silently noted it down. First cripple the mutated beast, then multiply that by 10. And finish it off using different methods. It's troublesome, but it's safe, but... After Fan leaves, ask Shiju again. There might actually be some kind of surveillance you're unaware of. By the way, you should sign the confidentiality agreement for the Mystic Mirror first. Fan then took out another contract and handed it to Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu was somewhat puzzled. Does this also require a confidentiality agreement? Zia Fan nodded. His face serious, the mystic mirror is a sequence item. In certain specific situations, it can play an unexpected role, so it is not appropriate to disclose its existence. When speaking, he glanced at Shiju again, stealing a look. This little darling doesn't need to sign any confidentiality agreement. Jiang Fu immediately thought of Chu Hyujin from before. They knew nothing about the mystic mirrors, not even about the elite assessment and the expansion assessment. Clearly, he was just brought in as the director of the 9th District Education Department to make up the numbers. The 3 schools didn't expect any students from the 9th middle school to apply to them. This Zia Fan clearly has the background of one of the 3 major martial arts universities. That's why I came to activate the proctoring system for Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu did not refuse. A confidentiality agreement was signed directly, then. With Zia Fan's help, the Mystic Mirror was successfully activated, by the way. The Xuan Guang Mirror is valid for 100 days. 100 days later, the entrance exams for the 3 major universities will be over, and the sequence power within this Mystic Mirror will disappear, to become an ordinary mortal thing. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Fu's eyes flickered. I silently kept it in my heart, sequence warriors. Can craft sequence items, I'm a sequence warrior myself. Jiang Fu Shiju, I won't bother you any longer. Zia Fan nodded again at Shiju on the sofa at this moment. Shiju suddenly spoke up, little Jiang, Jiang Fu plans to challenge other martial arts schools under the name of Yunshin Martial Arts School. Please arrange this, Zia Fan's expression froze. He looked at Shiju in disbelief. What did you say? Shiju tilted her head. Using the name of Yunshin Martial Arts Academy to challenge them. Zia Fan know the previous sentence. What did you call him? Shiju looked at Jiang Fu, little Jiang. Jiang Fu touched her slightly flushed cheeks. Zia Fan seemed a little out of sorts. He stammered, okay, I understand. I'll handle this the next moment. Zia Fan seemed to have thought of something again. He dared not look at Shiju again. He said to Jiang Fu, oh right, there's one more thing. Shen Yan arrested a bunch of people at the Martial Arts Guild and locked them all up in his office. This should be related to you. Go to the Martial Arts Guild sometime and handle it. Jiang Fu's eyes widened, what the hell? They arrested a bunch of people and locked them up in an office. All I did was let him take away one poison master, didn't I? How did it become a group of people again? Is he still locked up in his office? Zia Fan was also somewhat speechless. Those people are all quite influential. Like the vice principal of No. 9 Middle School, the vice director of No. 9 Martial Arts Hospital, head of Wood Martial Arts School. And a martial arts team captain who is also a martial arts instructor. If he hadn't been locked in his office, who knows what kind of trouble he might have caused. Jiang Fu, he glanced at Shiju subconsciously. A look of appreciation appeared on Shiju's face. Unexpectedly, Shen Yan is quite perceptive and has a promising future. Jiang Fu expressed her agreement. Aside from being a bit slow-witted, he's pretty reliable in every other way. Hearing Shiju say that, Zia Fan's body trembled. He suddenly realized, it seems I've missed out on an incredible windfall. There might still be a chance to save it. Actually, I also helped arrest these people. Shiju glanced at Zia Fan, she slightly pursed her lips. Zia Fan couldn't help but stamp his feet and pound his chest. Resuscitation efforts failed after Zia Fan left. Jiang Fu quickly moved closer to Shiju. By the way, does this mystic mirror really have no other functions? Like surveillance or something at this time? The Xuan Guang mirror faintly shimmered with silver light. Shiju patted him on the shoulder. The true Xuan Guang mirror not only has monitoring capabilities, but it can also rewind the entire exam process, and even analyze the specific attack power values of the martial arts and mental abilities you used. That brings us to this. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes, it vanished in a flash. It seems like it has never appeared. But what you have in your hand is a counterfeit product with a shelf life of 100 days. It was temporarily taken over as a proctoring tool. The functions are pretty much what Zia Fan described. It just adds a location tracking and SOS function. Shijiu looked at Jiang Fu's expression. He suddenly laughed. If you want a real Xuan Guang mirror to proctor the exam, I can get you one. Jiang Fu quickly shook her head. No need. No need. Thigh's replica is just fine. Shijiu stopped teasing him. He stood up. Let's go. Let's challenge the Wood Martial Arts School. Wood Martial Arts School, what? Jiang Fu is coming to challenge our martial arts school. And under the name of a successor of the Yunshan Martial Arts School. He broke Yu Huayuan's leg yesterday. And he's here to cause trouble today. How can he bully people like that? After receiving the notification from the Martial Arts Guild, several senior executives at Wood Martial Arts School were quite shocked. Someone wanted to call Wu Tian. I'd like to discuss this matter, but I haven't been able to get in touch with them. What do we do now? What else can we do? Closed. So you've already given up for a time. Several senior executives of Wood Martial Arts School disagreed with this statement. A deputy curator sneered. Jiang Fu is a mentalist with a mental strength of 1600. He went to participate in the joint entrance examination of the 3 major universities. But he lacked sufficient vital energy and combat experience. The Southie set their sights on us, wanting our martial arts school to be their whetstone. HMPH, there's no such thing as a free lunch, closed. Yu Huayuan is the last disciple of the headmaster of Wood Martial Arts School. Yesterday in full view of everyone, both of his legs were broken. The fact that his legs had been reattached again is now common knowledge. Wood Martial Arts School has long since lost all face. As for taking the opportunity to get revenge, notification from the Martial Arts Guild. Jiang Fu came to challenge the Martial Arts School as a junior student. According to the rules for challenging other martial arts schools, Wood Martial Arts School must also send its novice students to compete. Beginner student at the Martial Arts School. The chi and blood value is between 70 and 200. This level represents either a quasi-martial artist or a martial artist. In addition to refining Jiang Fu's chi and blood and providing him with practical combat experience, it's simply impossible to defeat him. The deputy director of Wood Martial Arts School is not stupid at all. The museum is closed immediately. That means admitting defeat. However, this matter cannot be left unresolved. Contact the news media and spread the word that Jiang Fulai is challenging the martial arts school. He wanted the martial arts school to give him a whetstone. Then let's drag the other martial arts schools down with us. Zia Fan received the news that Wood Martial Arts School had closed down and admitted defeat. I was a little confused. No way. Such a big martial arts school just gave up like that. And what's with all this random, nonsensical news? Isn't this just stirring up trouble for Jiang Fu? He frowned. If it were Shen Yan in this situation, what would he do? Thinking of the affectionate way Shijiu addressed Jiang Fu, Zia Fan couldn't help but swallow. He also wants to improve, however. Zia Fan's ability to handle these mundane matters was clearly inferior to Shen Yan's. Forget it, let Shen Yan handle it. What incredible luck did Shen Yan have? When Jiang Fu and Shijiu received the news, we are already on our way to Wood Martial Arts School. Shijiu opened the message sent by Zia Fan. I couldn't help but frown. I'm not going to the martial arts gym anymore. Go directly to the Martial Arts Guild. Jiang Fu naturally saw these messages as well. It has to be said, Wood Martial Arts School's move was indeed quite disgusting. If Jiang Fu were to discreetly challenge the opponent, it would be a chance for friendly competition and exchange. Other martial arts schools naturally wouldn't have any resistance or aversion. They even welcomed it to the extreme, but now, after being publicized by the media, moreover, it was a highly provocative headline. It became common knowledge there is one type. Jiang Fu meant she wanted to climb to power by stepping on their heads. It's not just about using these martial arts schools as whetstones for developing skills. It was also a stepping stone to fame. To gain fame through the martial arts school. How could these martial arts schools tolerate this? If they continue to challenge the organizers, the other 6 martial arts schools in District 9 will most likely follow the same pattern as Wu De Martial Arts School. Either shut yourself in and admit defeat. They should either send a few quasi-martial artists who are even weaker than Jiang Fu to fight. No. The other major martial arts schools in District 9 also saw the media reports. They are indeed discussing countermeasures. This time I'm going to the Martial Arts Guild. The two did not take a taxi, instead they walked there. Consider it a way to refine Jiang Fu's qi and blood. Jiang Fu saw Shiju with a sullen face looking very unhappy. He couldn't help but laugh and said tomorrow, "I'll go challenge the Wude Martial Arts School again." Shiju turned to look at Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu licked her lips. "I'll challenge them as an intermediate-level mentalist. If they remain closed, I'll continue the day after tomorrow." Shiju's eyes lit up. If a martial arts school closes its doors to avoid battles too many times, it will be demoted or even have its reputation revoked. Jiang Fu chuckled. "Don't forget, the headmaster of Wude Martial Arts School is still in manager Shen's hands." A smile finally appeared on Shiju's face. It took the two of them about an hour. He then rushed from the city to the Martial Arts Guild. I saw that massive defensive wall once again. Jiang Fu was still deeply shaken. Let's not rush to multiply the defensive capabilities of this city wall by 10. We can multiply the number by 10 when we encounter mutated beasts or boundary beasts attacking the city. I don't know why. Jiang Fu's mind was once again filled with the image of the crown-wearing python, the unknown, enormous creature in the small valley, and the blue abyss king crab and blue-ringed octopus in the supermarket. Zia Fan is not with the Martial Arts Guild. Shen Yan personally escorted the two to the second floor of the Martial Arts Guild. A mysterious smile graced Shen Yan's face. "My little darling," wait no I mean classmate Shiju of Shen Yan chuckled dryly twice, and little. "Jiang, guess who I caught?" Shiju, Wu Deming. Jiang Fu Wu Deja Shiju Wu Tiand. Jiang Fu, Vice Director QE of the 9th Martial Arts Hospital. "But why did you arrest her?" Jiang Fu was still waiting for Qi Siwen to go and make things difficult for Guo Fandong and Ji Yangxia's family. Shen Yan stared blankly at the two people in front of her. A boy and a girl dressed in the same black hoodie and casual pants. How did you know?" Shen Yan was on the verge of a breakdown. "This was clearly a surprise I prepared for them." "What? You call this a surprise? Everyone already knows, so is this still a surprise?" Shiju noticed that Shen Yan looked somewhat lost and dejected. He couldn't help but smile. "Well done. If Chairman Zia hadn't mentioned this morning, we wouldn't have known." Hearing Shiju's words, Shen Yan nodded, somewhat aggrieved. It turns out that Zia Fan was the one who leaked the secret. This is just making things difficult for me, however. Receiving praise from the little ancestor made Shen Yan feel a little smug. Shiju looked at Shen Yan. "By the way, what are your plans regarding the Wude Martial Arts School and those news reports?" Shen Yan exclaimed, "Aw, that's easy. Just let Zio Jiang continue challenging the Wude Martial Arts School. If Wude Martial Arts School wants to escalate the conflict, then let's focus the conflict on Wude Martial Arts School." Shen Yan was very satisfied with her use of the word "we." "Then, we'll get a few more media outlets to follow up in real time. Doesn't Wu De Martial Arts School like to seek media exposure? Let's expose him properly this time." Jiang Fu and Shiju exchanged a glance. It was pretty much what they had discussed on the way. Shen Yan, however, went even further. "We'll need to get the media involved. And we might even have to do a live broadcast. By the way, what should we do with Wu Dezhao and his gang?" Shen Yan's eyes were fixed on Jiang Fu. But the question was directed at Shiju. Shiju remained silent. Jiang Fu shrugged. "Keep them locked up. These are all influential figures in District 9. You wouldn't dare kill them, would you? The news that he's here with you can't be kept secret any longer." Shiju smiled. "Don't tell me you want to take the blame." Shen Yan's eyes lit up. That works too. Through the office door, Jiang Fu looked at the people inside. Perhaps they had already vented their anger. Wu Dezhao, Wu Deming, Kui Siwen, and Wu Tian. He was sitting in the messy office, panting heavily. Inside there are tables, chairs, sofas, and some decorative items. Everything was smashed to pieces. That's Wu Deming. Jiang Fu stared at the only unfamiliar face in the room. Unlike the others who were clearly pampered and privileged, the man was burly with rough skin and a powerful build. They clearly spend a lot of time hiking in wilderness areas. Wu Deming, Old Wu, as Guo Fangdong described him. At one point Jiang Fu became paranoid, seeing everyone as a potential threat to kill her. Jiang Fu shifted her gaze to Shen Yan, one advanced martial artist and 3 intermediate martial artists. And they're just locked up in this office like that. As the owner of the Wu'd martial arts school, Wu Tian is naturally a high-level martial artist. But the feeling Jiang Fu got from him was far less than that from Ziafan, whom she had met before. He's much better than the other 3 people in the office. Shen Yan looked smug. I'm the head of the 9th District Martial Arts Guild. The security system in the office is naturally top of the line. Even if 4 high-level martial artists with over 10,000 units of qi and blood were imprisoned here, they wouldn't be able to escape. Jiang Fu glanced at Shiju. Shiju was also looking at Jiang Fu. Then somewhat reluctantly she said, so. You turned your office into a cage, Shen Yan coughed. An accident, purely an accident, but in the next moment. He glanced at Jiang Fu again, almost imperceptibly. A year ago, no, not even a few days ago, the little ancestor would never show such a curious expression. How exactly did Jiang Fu manage to do that at this time? Jiang Fu pulled out a glass bottle from somewhere. He said with a serious expression, this bottle of mine contains a drug that can drive people mad. Insane and cause schizophrenia, Shen Yan. Looking at the strangely familiar glass bottle in front of me, Shen Yan fell silent. Okay. You say this is a certain kind of medicine. And this is what it is immediately afterwards. He then thought of Zhang Qilin from class 14 originally. Such an insignificant person was not worth his attention at all. But that day, Zhang Qilin's family wanted to cause trouble at the school. It was Shen Yan who secretly resolved the issue. They also made them pay Su Kai the 600,000 yuan. What happened next? Zhang Qilin went insane and was sent to a mental hospital. So it was this little devil who was behind it. He really is a little devil. How could someone come up with such a way to torture someone? Shen Yan gritted his teeth. Sure. My office can handle a few crazed martial artists without any problem. Shiju spoke up. Her voice low and languid. What he really meant was, can you handle this mess? The vice president of the 9th District Warrior Hospital. The vice principal of No 9 Middle School. The owner of Wu'd Martial Arts School. Although Wu Deming's status was not as high as these 3. However, is the captain of the martial arts squad. He spends most of his time traveling in the wilderness. And his relationships with others are also very complex. The fact that these 4 people got into trouble in the martial arts guild is no small matter. At the very least, I need to explain this to my superiors. Shen Yan took a deep breath. I can take responsibility for this, student Shi. Your identity is not suitable for you to appear in public. Leave these kinds of things to me from now on. Shen Yan said these words to Shiju. But his eyes were fixed on Jiang Fu. This was clearly a reminder to Jiang Fu about something. Of course, there's a deeper meaning behind these words. Shen Yan was demonstrating his loyalty in the past. Even if he knelt down to pledge his loyalty to Shiju. Shiju didn't bother with him, but now. Jiang Fu is the perfect breakthrough point. Jiang Fu silently remembered Shen Yan's words. Involuntarily, Shiju's laboratory came to mind. Furthermore, there are martial artists who use their own identity information for authentication. Shiju smiled, then I'll leave it to you. Shen Yan was overjoyed, leave it to me. By the way, how do I use this medicine? Jiang Fu handed the bottle of toilet water. which had been temporarily filled in the restroom on the second floor of the Martial Arts Guild. To Shen Yan, just nebulize it and let them inhale it. Shen Yan took the toilet water. The medicine, that's easy. There are ventilation openings in the office. It was easy to flush the atomized toilet water inside. Jiang Fu stood outside the door, staring at the people inside. He multiplied each of them by 10 on by 1. Personality multiplied by 10, lasting 3 hours. Frenzy multiplied by 10, lasting for 3 hours. Temperature increased by 10, lasting for 3 hours. The resentment will be multiplied by 10 and will last for 3 hours. Anger multiplied by 10, lasting for 3 hours. Jiang Fu checked the surveillance footage in the office. He hesitated for a moment. Wu Dejiao and Wu Deming's mutual affection level is multiplied by 10. Wu Dejiao and Wu Deming's dislike for Kui Siwen and Wu Tian multiplied by 10. Lasting for 3 hours. Wu Tian's dislike for Kui Siwen Wu Dejiao and Wu Deming multiplied by 10 and lasted for 3 hours. Kui Siwen's dislike for Wu Dejiao Wu Deming and Wu Tian multiplied by 10 and lasted for 3 hours. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. The next moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from Shen Yan's office. Wu Deming, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be locked up here. You'd better die. Kui Siwen suddenly sprang to her feet. He slapped Wu Deming across the face. You be ***ch. How dare you hit my brother? Wu Deming hadn't reacted yet. Wu Dejiao suddenly sprang to his feet. He threw a punch at Kui Siwen. Kui Siwen looked completely bewildered. It wasn't me. I didn't hit him, it was me who hit Yawahaha. I'll beat you to death, you little b****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************1 That family you sent. I wouldn't be living as a widow. Shut up, all of you. I'm the one who's truly suffered an undeserved misfortune. On the other side, Wu Tian also suddenly attacked. I'm going to the wilderness to break through and become a transcendent martial artist. Not stay stuck in the city as some worthless martial arts master. Go to the wilderness? No, no, no. How can we go to the wilderness? It's too dangerous. What if we die? Exactly. The wilderness is too dangerous. Let those idiots go. We're better off enjoying ourselves in the city. Why did I say we? Never mind, kill them. You old b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e, yes, kill them. I'm going to fight you to the death. I Wu Dayang will not let you get away with this. And me, Wu did, brother, I'm here to save you. In an instant, 4 people in the office. Suddenly it seemed like there were 40 people. They each have their own personality, their own ideals, and their own ambitions. The only thing they have in common is they are all rather short-tempered. They're already locked in a fierce battle. Shen Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The way he looked at Jiang Fu, I finally felt the same fear I had when I first watched Shiju. That little devil when he goes crazy. More frightening than the little tyrant. But who should take the blame for this kind of tactic? It was entirely their own sudden outburst of madness that led them to kill each other. And then there's that non-existent spirit fruit tree mentioned in the will. So this pot is entirely theirs. Shen Yan secretly glanced at Jiang Fu. Fortunately, this is just a little devil. If he's a pushover, he'll definitely drag his little darling down with him. Thinking like this, Shen Yan silently turned off the surveillance cameras in the office. Jiang Fu lowered her eyes in thought. When I multiplied these people by 10 just now, his spiritual energy was constantly flashing. When it came time to multiply the number by 10 for Wu Tian, the only high-level martial artist present, Jiang Fu could clearly sense it. His mental strength was reduced by more than half. 1 second later, it was completely restored. Rain and 10, they're a perfect match, however. While the rain effect is good, it only restores numerical values. If I could master the second chapter sudden rain to 100% perfection, the ultimate healing ability I've mastered is probably percentage-based recovery. Shen Yan stood outside the office door looking inside. It seemed like 4 out of 40 people were fighting. My eye twitched involuntarily, that's enough. This office is no longer needed. We'll rearrange an office in a little while suddenly. Shen Yan then remembered something else. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Fu. By the way. Didn't you say last time that you got your hands on some poison and wanted that poison master to help you deal with it? Shall we go see him now? I thought of that drug dealer who sold insurance and had his limbs reattached. Shen Yan's eye twitched again. This little devil has an endless variety of ways to torture people. Although the little devil was frightening, at least he gave people a quick and painless end. This little devil is different. He makes life worse than death upon hearing this. Jiang Fu looked at Shen Yan with a strange expression. See that drug dealer, why would I see him to cause trouble? What? Shen Yan was somewhat dumbfounded. Didn't you say you wanted to recruit that poison master to your side? Jiang Fu looked utterly bewildered. Do you think I'm sick? Or do you think that poison master is a masochist? I tortured him so much, even putting his hands and feet backwards. I wouldn't dare use him even if he dared to come to me. Shen Yan stared blankly at Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu disagreed. He had reattached the poisoner's hands and feet backwards. The other party can still be loyal to you. This guy's a poison master, secretly giving himself a little nip. It was too late to even cry. Loyalty multiplied by 10. Loyalty is also necessary, Shiju nodded. And said seriously, didn't I say last time that you would bear the risks associated with this poison master? Shen Yan's gaze was somewhat vacant. He suddenly felt that he was in a rather miserable situation. At this moment, Jiang Fu took out a supermarket shopping bag from her storage badge and handed it to Shen Yan. Shen Yan snapped out of his daze and took the shopping bag. I glanced at the thing inside, frozen into a lump. It looks like some kind of frozen seafood. A helpless smile crept onto his face. You're already here. Why did you bring me a gift? Jiang Fu was a little embarrassed. This isn't a gift for you. It's the venom gland of a second-tier blue-ringed octopus. What? Jiang Fucheng had already taken 10 doses of the blue-ringed octopus's venom glands. This is just one of them, however. He didn't dare multiply the toxicity of this substance by 10. This is a highly poisonous substance, so we still need to be careful when dealing with it. Shen Yan, his hand trembled, and he almost dropped what he was holding. The venom glands of the second-tier blue-ringed octopus. A deadly poison capable of killing even a high-level martial artist. You just blatantly handed it to me like that. This little devil really does take on all the risks himself. Shen Yan glanced at Shiju cautiously again. That's enough for the sake of my little darling. I'll endure it. Shen Yan pinched her orchid-like fingers. Carefully pinched the shopping bag with 2 fingers. I still felt somewhat indignant, if that's the case. Why bother having me take him back to the martial arts guild? Wouldn't it be the same to just lock him up somewhere? Jiang Fu glanced at Shen Yan and grumbled. How can that be the same? You didn't bring the poison master here. Why would these people walk right into a trap? Shen Yan's eyes widened instantly. So, you're using me as a fishing rod. And this poison master as bait, trying to fish for me. Jiang Fu nodded. If he were imprisoned elsewhere, Wu Deming would definitely bring people to steal or kidnap this drug master. But the martial arts guild is different. They wouldn't dare to snatch someone even if they had 10 times the courage. They'd have to come and negotiate with you personally to ransom them. As they were talking, Jiang Fu looked at the 40 people arguing in the office. He couldn't help but mutter, I thought I could only catch one Wu Deming. Who would have thought we caught a whole bunch? A fisherman never goes home empty-handed, Shen Yan. So I'm not just a tool, a scapegoat, but also a fishing rod. All right, let it go this time. But if there's a next time, let's talk about it next time. Jiang Fu nodded. We'll talk about next time, by the way. I didn't know what to do with the blue-ringed octopus's venom glands. So I just froze them and put them in a plastic bag. Be careful, don't get it on your hands, it can kill you. Shen Yan took the blue-ring octopus's venom to see the poison master. As for whether the poison master will obediently give in, Jiang Fu didn't seem to care much. He dumped people here mainly for fishing. If the poison master can handle the poison glands, that would be bestiff, not then so be it. The third floor of the Martial Arts Guild. In a private VIP lounge. On the table in front of me were 6 dishes and a soup. Still steaming hot, Shiju's cheeks were puffed out. She said somewhat vaguely, "All right. Let me tell you about some of the unspoken rules regarding this assessment." Jiang Fu rested her chin on her hand, staring intently at Shiju. "Shiju, once we reach the wilderness area, we must hide ourselves well and absolutely not reveal our identities as examinees. All the candidates taking the 3 major entrance exams, just like you are your competitors, especially those students admitted through the expanded enrollment program." Jiang Fu was taken aback but did not interrupt Shiju. "There's a confidentiality agreement regarding the Mystic Mirror. Outsiders rarely know the exam rules, therefore. The main obstacle for elite candidates mostly comes from those admitted through the increased enrollment program. Every year during the college entrance exams, many students admitted through the expanded enrollment program actively seek out elite candidates, vying for their prey. Of course, elite candidates can try to snatch them back. But there's more than one candidate among those admitted through the expanded enrollment." Jiang Fu's expression turned slightly serious. He suddenly remembered something else, by the way. "If we increase the number of applicants and send a top student to accompany me, will that be considered cheating?" Shiju shook her head. "No, that won't happen. The standard for judging the exam is to send the mutated beast's corpse into the Mystic Mirror for identification. If someone follows you and helps you kill or injure a mutated beast, you won't be in trouble without using the Mystic Mirror to identify it. This is what I said before, don't reveal your identity as a test taker. Hide yourself and stay away from others. Actually, all of these are part of the elite assessment. Besides hunting mutated beasts, it's about hiding in the wilderness. In other words, survival skills." Jiang Fu nodded. Shiju took another sip of pork rib soup. "By the way, the Xuan Guang mirror also has location and distress signal functions. This feature can be activated in case of life-threatening danger. The teachers from the top 3 universities will rush to your rescue as quickly as possible. But once the SOS system is activated, it means the exam has failed. Elite candidates will be downgraded to candidates admitted through the expanded enrollment program." While eating, Shiju explained to Jiang Fu a series of unspoken rules about the exam. Jiang Fu listened silently from the side. Outside the VIP room, Shen Yan and Xia Fan left silently. Xia Fan pondered for a while, then said, "I feel that my little ancestor is different from before." Shen Yan glanced at Xia Fan sideways and said irritably, "What's different? It's all this guy's fault. She completely ruined the surprise she had prepared for her little darling and her little devil." Xia Fan stroked his chin-high's tone tinged with emotion. "You're more like a human being now." Shen Yan nodded silently. "Okay, I understand. I'll tell the little darling you said she's not human." Xia Fan's eyes widened instantly. "Shen Yan, your G asking for a beating. You know that's not what I meant." Noon. Shiju was holding a bottle of breath-concealing spray. It was carefully sprayed all over Jiang Fu's body, completely mask all the scents on his body. And Jiang Fu at this moment, wearing a full set of advanced camouflage combat gear, helmet, goggles, face shield, neck guard. Everything is available. He placed the Xuan Guang mirror inside his combat uniform, using it as a breast protector. Jiang Fu had the battle sword imbued with the essence of Shiju's sword hanging at her waist. Wait a minute, he carried the flying sword on his back. The star shuttle transformed into a silver bracelet and was worn on the left wrist. At this time, it's blessed with the promise of rain. Jiang Fu has increased the refining progress of the flying sword. Kimanto 10%. Multiply by 11 and it becomes 100%. Good, Shiju nodded with great satisfaction. Jiang Fu stretched her body. Isn't this high-end combat suit too conspicuous? Shiju circled around behind Jiang Fu and continued spraying water mist. It's all right. Advanced combat uniforms and basic combat uniforms look pretty much the same. It's difficult to tell with the naked eye alone. That's fine. Jiang Fu turned to look at Shiju, then I'll be off. Shiju put away the concealing spray. Go. If we encounter any insurmountable danger, share your location with me immediately. Jiang Fu nodded okay. Although he has an invisibility talisman, but she wouldn't refuse Shiju's kindness. At the entrance to the safety passage in Zone 9, the guards on duty watched Jiang Fu approach from afar. Unable to resist the shouted dude. You're using the wrong sword, Jiang Fu paused. He looked at the strangely familiar guard with some surprise. It was him, the one who said he was going out to choose a grave last time. What's wrong, the guard said seriously. This kind of longsword should be worn at the waist. Not on the back. Carrying it on your back, it really looks cool. But in crucial moments, it's easy to get stuck. Listen to me, hang the sword on your waist. Jiang Fu turned around, patted the sword hanging at her waist, and said, but I already have a sword hanging at my waist. Guard on, is this person crazy? He had a knife hanging at his waist and a sword on his back. He probably went to the wilderness to show off. 2 weapons, a knife and a sword. Do you think you're a psychic? Can you even use all of them? The guard curled his lip, he muttered to himself. This combat uniform looks brand new. Judging from his voice, he doesn't seem very old. Probably just another newbie going out to broaden their horizons. Once he suffers a loss, he'll know to trust me. However, the new combat uniform is still a combat uniform. Unlike those 2 high school students last time, who went out in their school uniforms. Hey. This newbie's voice sounds familiar. Jiang Fu smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Step into the safety passage. A faint red beam of light swept across. Ding. Martial artist's identity verified. Entry to the wilderness area is permitted. Ding. Tianwang Martial Arts University. Diyuan Martial Arts University and Rengshuan Martial Arts University jointly hold an entrance examination. Elite candidates' identities are verified. The examination system is now officially open. Wishing you exceptional performance in the exam, outstanding results, and admission to one of the top 3 universities. 2 voices rang in Jiang Fu's ears at the same time. A badge from a martial artist. The other one emanated from within the mystic mirror. The next moment, the mirror on his chest gleamed silver once more. This moment, suddenly, an interior space about 10 meters in length and height appeared inside the Xuan Guang mirror. The front of the space is a curtain of light. On the screen of light, it was a list of names and basic identification information. These are the real-time rankings of the elite candidates from the Bencheng examination area in this college entrance examination. Ranked first, Li Ziachuan male, Class 1, Grade 12 Bencheng No. 1 high school points, 125 ranked second. Tongmin female, Class 1, Grade 12 Bencheng No. 1 high school score, 99 ranked third. Zupeng male, Class 3, Grade 12 Bencheng No. 3 middle school points, 60 ranked fourth. Dengsong male, Class 1, Grade 12 Bencheng No. 2 middle school points, 30. There are a total of 209 people. Most of them are from Bencheng No 1 middle school No. 2 middle school and No 3 middle school. That accounts for more than 80% besides. There are about 20 or 30 schools in total, including No 4 middle school, No 5 middle school and No 6 middle school after the 6th middle school. That leaves Jiang Fu from No 9 middle school. It's currently ranked last. It's not that there aren't any geniuses in those districts, but rather that the geniuses have all been selected by the top-ranked schools. Jiang Fu looked at the real-time rankings on the light screen. Then I checked the time again. It is 12:10 now. The exam will officially begin at 10:00 a.m. The vast majority of people on the list already have points. Jiang Fu couldn't help but gasp in surprise. I've only just reached the safe passage, and those Scroll Kings are already wreaking havoc in the wilderness. Jiang Fu quickened her pace. They left the emergency exit. Energy and blood circulation will increase tenfold, lasting for 3 hours. Nerve reaction speed multiplied by 10, lasting for 3 hours. Explosive power multiplied by 10, lasting for 3 hours. Power multiplied by 10, lasting for 3 hours. 10 times your physical fitness. And you can sustain this for 3 hours. Speed multiplied by 10 for 3 hours straight. It's related to mental strength. And it's something I multiply by 10 every morning. It's related to qi and blood. Because Shiju formulated a training plan for him. Therefore, it was never multiplied by 10. But at this moment, the time has come to use our strength. If you have a cheat, you have to use it the next moment. Jiang Fu felt a sudden lightness in her body. An abundance of energy instantly filled my entire body. He clenched his fist slightly. I glanced at my attribute panel again. Qi and blood value 860. But his lifespan remains 9 years and 363 days. It did not improve despite the improvement in qi and blood. That's all right. If you can't fish for Heavenly Treasure Origin pills or similar pills, use your contribution points to exchange for lesser origin pills. If the medicine isn't strong enough, multiply it by 10. Exit through the emergency exit. Jiang Fu opened her arms and took a deep breath of the humid air. The sky was overcast and gray, a light drizzle was falling. Judging from the trend, it should keep falling. Brother, you're carrying the wrong sword. It shouldn't be on your back. It should be hanging from your waist. Otherwise, you might not be able to draw it at this time. On the other side of the emergency exit entrance, a buzzing sound rang out Jiang Fu's no. Why is everyone's attention focused on the sword they are carrying? Jiang Fu glanced at the man. The other person was not tall, but appeared unusually robust. Wearing a camouflage combat uniform, like myself. He was wearing a helmet, goggles, and a face shield. I can't make out what it looks like. Jiang Fu brandished the knife in her hand. I brought a knife with me. Masha. He saw Jiang Fu head towards the empty area without turning her head. Unable to resist speaking up, Agan said, "Hey bro. It's raining, right? No, we don't. We wait until it stops." Jiang Fu simply waved her hand, thanks for the reminder. After saying that, he walked into the blank area without looking back. The martial artist scratched his helmet. Are all the martial artists in District 9 this brave? They dare to run into the wilderness even in the rain. Hey, I'm here to take the exam, why bother with all that? I heard that a genius with a mental strength of 1600 from District 9 also participated in this exam. I wonder if I'll have a chance to meet him, blank area. Jiang Fu stared at a pebble on the ground. The instant my foot steps on this pebble, the number of pebbles multiplied by 10, lasting for 3 seconds immediately. He took a deep breath, stepping onto the thumb-sized pebble the next moment. Just moments before Jiang Fu's foot was about to step on the pebble, the number of pebbles suddenly increased to 10. 3 seconds later, it turned back into a pebble. You really can multiply like that. Jiang Fu suddenly turned around, looking behind him at the defensive city wall, which resembled a mountain when a siege occurs. In the instant before the defensive walls suffer a devastating blow, all defense and strength coefficients are multiplied by 10. Duration until the end of the siege, 0.73. After the city wall was completed, Jiang Fu still felt somewhat uneasy. His gaze then fell upon the air defense strip above the city, which shone like the aurora borealis. Even in this continuous rainy weather, the air raid shelters floating high in the sky still radiate a colorful glow. It stood out remarkably in the past 2 days. Jiang Fu also checked information about anti-aircraft belts on the Martial Arts Guild forum. This is something that combines offense and defense. Similar to a barrier, it can effectively block or kill the beasts or mutant beasts that invade the city from the sky. When a city's air defense zone encounters an irresistible attack, all its offensive and defensive coefficients will be multiplied by 10. Duration until the battle is completely over. At this time, whether it's an air defense zone or a defensive city wall, nothing has changed. But Jiang Fu knew that his multiplication by 10 had already taken effect. Hopefully, these two conditions multiplied by 10 will never be met. Jiang Fu did not immediately multiply the two items by 10. The city's defense system can change. Whether it becomes stronger or weaker, this will definitely attract the attention of relevant personnel. And an investigation will follow. And those bizarre and varied martial artists, nobody knows exactly what their abilities are. Jiang Fu didn't want to cause herself any trouble. After doing all that, Jiang Fu turned and disappeared into the rain this time. He didn't walk in as fast as he had last time. The rain was getting heavier. Visibility in the surrounding area was also decreasing. Ordinary martial artists 7 advanced ones rely on sight in the wild. Rainy days can impair visibility and interfere with judgment. Therefore, few martial artists venture into the wilderness. As for the breath-condensing spray, this product was designed with rainy days in mind from the very beginning. It is waterproof. Rain does not diminish the effectiveness of the breath-cleansing spray. Now Jiang Fu's spiritual power gradually spread out. His mental energy covered an area. It quickly reached a diameter radius of 170 meters. It has a diameter of 340 meters. Everything within his range was completely reflected under his mental power, including every drop of rain falling from the sky. Rainy days like this really are the domain of spirit masters. Visibility obstructed, but mental strength won't. Suddenly, Jiang Fu's mental energy stirred slightly. The spiritual energy that was originally spreading in all directions. It began to converge, coalescing into a single stream. The spherical area that originally covered a radius of 170 meters disappeared. Instead, it took its place. It is a spiritual straight line that is 500 meters long. This is the touch of the spirit. Jiang Fu's mental focus swept back and forth at a distance of 500 meters. This spiritual touch is a basic trick from the book, The Basic Application of Spiritual Power, that Shiju chose for him yesterday. It can extend the range of mental power. However, once the mental touch is unleashed, then the mentalist will lose their perception of other directions. Therefore, this spiritual touch is generally used to become the sixth person. A surprise attack or a long-range reconnaissance. Beyond the spiritual connection, another method is to use mental energy to shield oneself and reduce one's presence. It is called mental barrier. Both spiritual touch and spiritual barriers are essential courses for beginners in spiritual cultivation. For Jiang Fu, neither of these two methods of using spiritual power was difficult. I fully understood it last night. Has a mutated beast entered the empty zone suddenly? Jiang Fu's eyes flickered slightly. 500 meters ahead. A strange-looking mutated beast about 2 meters long. With a gray-black body, they were crawling on all fours, cautiously making their way this way. Species rain monkey level 1 weakness heart. Most valuable part fur rain monkey. Is this thing a monkey? Jiang Fu's mental energy scanned back and forth across the rain monkey. Jiang Fu licked her lips. The rain monkey is subject to gravity multiplied by 10, lasting until its death. The words had barely left his mouth. They were originally lying prone on the ground. The rain monkey, which was moving cautiously forward, suddenly lost its balance and fell flat on its face. Its dark eyes were filled with doubt and fear immediately. The rain monkey struggled to its feet, swaying unsteadily, and began to crawl forward again. It's just that the speed is several times slower than before. Mutant beasts are formed from biological mutations. Even a level 1 mutated beast possesses physical strength countless times greater than that of an ordinary wild animal. But this sudden increase in gravity by 10 still made the rain monkey extremely uncomfortable. After moving around for a while, he then lay down on the ground, panting heavily. Jiang Fu did not approach the rain monkey. Instead, it came to a distance of about 150 meters. Multiply the number of rain monkeys by 10. The next moment, there was originally 1 rain monkey. But suddenly there were 10. 10 rain monkeys lay on the ground. He paused for a moment, then froze immediately. A fierce glint simultaneously appeared in the eyes of all 10 rain monkeys. They also disregarded the immense gravitational pull they were under. They charged at each other at the same time soon. 10 rain monkeys were there in the pouring rain. They tore at each other, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. How did they start killing each other? Fighting against yourself because of this moment. These 10 rain monkeys are simultaneously subjected to 10 times the force of gravity. Therefore, they are very slow. Its attack power has also been weakened countless times. But judging from their posture, they both wanted nothing less than to kill each other. Last time when I multiplied Guo Xiaofeng by 10, it seemed like all 10 Guo Xiaofengs immediately started fighting. At that time, Guo Xiaofeng's mental state was extremely unstable. And this rain monkey has extremely low intelligence. No rush, wait a while then try it on other. Even stronger mutated beasts. Jiang Fu didn't dwell on the matter too much. In any case, authentication can be done. Hold on sword before you draw it. It vanished as a fleeting shadow in the heavy rain soon. The 10 rain monkeys turned into 10 corpses. Jiang Fu approached, he pondered for a moment. Then stored the corpse of a rain monkey into the mystic mirror. This Xuan Guang mirror is clearly inferior to the storage badge that Shijiu gave him. The effective range of the sensor is only 1 meter, ding. Species rain monkey level 1 mutant beast. Cause of death, killed in a bloody conflict with his own kind. And then ambushed by Jiang Fu who pierced his heart. Assessment passed, exam points earned, 1. The next moment, above the light curtain inside the mystic mirror. After Jiang Fu's name, there was an extra number 1. His ranking began to rise. We've reached number 183. The mystic mirror can even detect things like infighting. Jiang Fu licked her lips. The other 9 corpses were then placed into the mystic mirror one by one. The results are the same as the previous test. The cause of death was all fighting among their own kind, followed by a sneak attack by Jiang Fu that pierced their hearts. Earn 9 points on the exam. Jiang Fu's ranking has also reached 156th. Those people ahead of me in line are really stubborn. Jiang Fu stared at her exam score. Wait. How come the origin of each point is marked so clearly? Who the hell is this supposed to protect against? Am I the kind of person who would multiply exam points by 10? Jiang Fu was somewhat indignant, but soon. Then he discovered something else after the assessment. The 10 rain monkeys remained inside the Xuan Guang mirror. It wasn't taken away by any teleportation power. Doesn't this mean I can still take 10 rain monkeys back to the martial arts guild and sell them? This is great, Jiang Fu looked up, gazing in a certain direction of the wilderness, this time. His goal was very clear. A level 3 mutated beast, the blood-eyed golden tiger. Jiang Fu took the 10 rain monkeys out of the Xuan Guang mirror. He controlled the battle sword with his mental power. They peeled the skin off the rain monkey, multiplied by 10. The next moment, Jiang Fu then had 100 rain monkey skins. He pondered for a moment. Take out a piece of the rain monkey's skin and put it into the mystic mirror. Ding, rain monkey's skin. Official purchase price, 500 summer coins. Note, candidates must use a mutated beast corpse with at least 60% integrity for the assessment. Jiang Fu, as expected. The entrance exams for the 3 major universities took a very long time. It's really hard to find a loophole. Jiang Fu put all the water monkey's fur into the storage badge. He then took out a spatial backpack from his storage badge. He put the 10 blood-soaked corpses on the ground into his backpack. Then he quickly left. He didn't linger in the blank area for long. We soon entered the real wilderness area this time. Jiang Fu kept a safe distance from that terrifying little valley. Choose to enter the wilderness area from another direction. Last time, the commotion coming from that small valley was quite significant. This has already alerted the authorities in the 9 districts of Benchang. Inside the emergency exit, the details about that small valley were noted. A warning was issued to any martial artists passing by, approach with caution. Soon Jiang Fu then ventured deep into the wilderness. Compared to the last time, the wilderness area now has lost some of its desolation and bleakness. It has become much greener and more vibrant, by the way. Xiao Ju mentioned that candidates from other regions will also come to the wilderness area outside District 9 to participate in the assessment. Well, especially those students admitted through the expanded enrollment program. They'll definitely try every means to target me. Jiang Fu casually dumped the 10 rain monkey corpses somewhere. Then, the backpack with its internal space multiplied by 10 was returned to the storage badge. Finally find a place to squat down. The corpse of the rain monkey emitted a strong stench of blood, which would surely attract other mutated beasts that like to be active in the rain. Before hunting the blood-eyed golden tiger, Jiang Fu needs to practice first this move. He learned it from the blood-eyed golden tiger. Jiang Fu looked up and glanced at the sky. The rain shows no sign of stopping. The drizzle had now turned into a downpour, fortunately. The combat uniform he was wearing was waterproof. Besides the obstructed view, the rest have little impact. To the warriors still in the wilderness outside District 9. My apologies. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you all for the sake of my exam. The duration of this rain in the wilderness outside District 9 will be multiplied by 10. The next moment, the clouds in the sky seemed to tremble slightly actually. On rainy days, aside from mutated beasts like the rain monkey that particularly enjoy rainy days, most mutated beasts will also hide, they rarely go out. But Jiang Fu is a mentalist, so she can reach their hiding places. We need to find these mutated beasts one by one. But right now, they're here suddenly. Jiang Fu's spirit stirred a colossal creature, entirely dark red in color and over 5 meters long. It charged headlong towards this side. It pounced straight onto the pile of rain monkey corpses. They began to feast. Species, bloodthirsty wild boar. Level 2 weakness, forehead. Most valuable parts, bone meat. Jiang Fu looked at the enormous wild boar, his eyes lit up. Level 2 mutant beast. Bloodthirsty wild boars 10 times the number. Wait a minute, a continuous rain of swords. Jiang Fu finished speaking. Wait, it will transform into a fleeting afterimage. They disappeared before his eyes on a rainy day. Neither human warriors nor other predators are frequently seen. This is when the bloodthirsty wild boar is most relaxed. At this moment, it was enjoying its meal while giving thanks for nature's bounty. Then, the one bloodthirsty wild boar suddenly multiplied into 10. 10 bloodthirsty wild boars raised their heads at the same time. Completely bewildered, but soon, their gazes simultaneously fell upon the corpse of the rain monkey on the ground. 10 it is, let's eat first and talk about it later. Other things can wait. The next moment, swish. A barely visible afterimage pierced the rain. In a mere instant, it twisted 13 times in succession above the void. The bodies of the 10 bloodthirsty wild boars stiffened simultaneously. A large hole was torn open on their foreheads. His body crashed to the ground. There was no sign of life. Jiang Fu rubbed her hands together as she approached. Put all 10 bloodthirsty wild boars into the mystic mirror. The flying sword lingered, not a drop of blood staining it. It had already fallen back into the scabbard behind him. Ding species, bloodthirsty wild boar. Level 2 mutant beast quantity, 10. Cause of death, ambushed by Jiang Fu while eating. Killed instantly by his powerful mental abilities. Assessment passed, exam points earned, 100. Comment, what a treacherous old man. He actually took advantage of the wild boar's picnic to launch a sneak attack. Jiang Fu looked at the additional comments and mumbled. Thank you for the compliment. It seems that this mystic mirror only determined the cause of death of the mutated beast. As long as I killed the mutated beast, that's fine. Jiang Fu was very satisfied with Fang Kai's performance. With supernatural powers, a continuous rain of swords fell, consuming 10 points of mental energy. This sword strike inflicts 13 instances of damage. 10 of the attacks struck the 10 bloodthirsty boars, hitting their fatal weak points. The final 3 instances of damage. He then randomly landed 3 more sword strikes on the other 3 bloodthirsty boars. Jiang Fu transferred the bloodthirsty wild boar from the mystic mirror to the storage badge. Once we get back, multiply that bloodthirsty boar's height, weight and every part of its body by 10. Then we'll sell them by weight. A wild boar that is over 5 meters long, in Jiang Fu's eyes. This thing was bigger than an elephant in her previous life. Since bones and meat are the most valuable parts, Jiang Fu will definitely multiply it by 10 to the maximum extent and give it its greatest value. The bloodthirsty wild boars have been dealt with. Jiang Fu's exam score has reached 110 points. He directly displaced Zhu Peng, who was originally ranked 3rd and moved up to 3rd place. Li Ziachuan ranked 1st and Tong Min ranked 2nd. The score has reached 220 and 159. Jiang Fu glanced at the two people's scores and chuckled. Wait a little longer, and I'll show you what despair truly means. While they were talking, his figure had already disappeared into the rain. It's time to go find that blood-eyed golden tiger. 9th District Patrol Team. The 5th Squad Leader's Office. Su Yunfeng chewed on a walnut while lost in thought. Old Zhang is right, I really do need to eat more walnuts. These walnuts are quite effective, I must say. After eating the walnuts, I realized that Jiang Fu was the big boss from that day. Thinking like this, he secretly took out a small mirror that was hidden in his desk drawer. He looked at his handsome face, which was already showing signs of middle age. Looks like I'll never have the chance to become the big boss's apprentice. At that very moment, there was a knock on the office door. Su Yunfeng quickly hid the mirror, then used his mental power to scan the doorway. Come in. The door was opened, a staff member cautiously said. Team leader Zhu Somion is looking for you in District 1. Su Yunfeng was taken aback. Is it a district? Let him in. Not long after, a woman dressed in a dark red business suit and a tight-fitting pencil skirt, looking incredibly alluring. She swayed her hips as she walked in from outside the door. The woman closed the door and looked at Su Yunfeng. Hello, Captain Su, I am Jin Manja, Secretary to Minister Yuan of the Education Department in Bencheng District 1. Su Yunfeng remained seated without moving. He looked at the woman's, his brows furrowing slightly, the Secretary to the Minister of Education of District 1. What brings you here? Jin Manjai looked up and glanced at the rain outside. As you know, our District 1 Education Minister is from District 9. He has high hopes for Jiang Fu and hopes that she can represent District 9 and successfully gain admission to one of the top 3 universities. Therefore, I'm asking for your help this time to become Jiang Fu's exam support. Su Yunfeng was slightly taken aback. He suddenly remembered the 100-day countdown rally yesterday. The things Chu Huoyan said. It seems that candidates for the top 3 universities can ask for outside help. But soon Su Yunfeng shook his head. Forget it, Jiang Fu doesn't need my help. That's a powerful creature capable of instantly killing a level 2 blue-ringed octopus. If I went, I wouldn't be helping. I'd be making a complete mess of things. Perhaps it's because I ate walnuts at this moment. Su Yunfeng's mind became increasingly clear. He felt he needed to inform Zhang Chong Shenyan and the others about this, listen to their opinions. These two definitely knew that Jiang Fu was that big shot. Upon hearing Su Yunfeng's words, Jin Manjai raised an eyebrow slightly. She then sat down at Su Yunfeng's desk, leaning forward. She displayed her stunning figure before the other person. Her tone was alluring, what Captain Xuer you unwilling. The strong scent of perfume filled Su Yunfeng's nostrils. Su Yunfeng glanced at Jin Manjai's cleavage. Then I sneezed loudly, something's not right. Something's wrong with this woman. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong then. Snap! Su Yunfeng smashed the last few walnuts on his desk with a single slap. Then he picked up a walnut kernel and popped it into his mouth. Jin Manjai, no, what are you doing? Eat walnuts. Brain boosting on the spot. Can't you tell I'm seducing you? Jin Manjai was caught off guard by Su Yunfeng's sudden and bizarre actions. For a moment, we were stuck in this awkward situation. After eating a few walnuts, Su Yunfeng seemed to know what he had to do. He stared intently at the alluring and seductive woman on the desk. Secretary Kim, if you're tired, there's a sofa over there. My desk is not a place for people to sit, Jin Manjai. Her face flushed slightly. Move your butt off the desk. Su Yunfeng picked up the phone on his desk. I'll consider what you've mentioned. But I need to discuss this with Manager Shen of the Martial Arts Guild first. Oh, by the way, it seems President Zia is back too. Jin Manjai, since Captain Su is unwilling to help. I'll take my leave now, as they were talking. Jin Manjai turned and left. At the same time, I felt somewhat indignant. Wasn't it said that Captain Su of the 5th Squad of the 9th District Patrol Team was stupid and easily fooled? How can they be so difficult to deal with? Just as Kim Mankai opened the office door, Su Yunfeng's voice rang out again. Hey, why did you stop dancing? Weren't you doing a pretty good twist just now? Upon hearing these words, patrol team members and staff outside the office, all eyes turned to Jin Manjai. Jin Manjai stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth. They fled from there as if they were escaping. This guy's emotional intelligence must be negative. It must be a deliberate attempt to humiliate oneself. Jin Manjai felt a surge of anger. After I finished taking care of my business, we must teach Su Yunfeng a lesson. Captain Su, that woman. Watching Jin Manjai's retreating figure, which was almost a hasty escape, one of the patrol team's warriors asked with some curiosity. Su Yunfeng chewed on a walnut, seemingly having figured something out. She must be trying to seduce me. But I have a wife and children. How could I make such a fundamental mistake? If she wanted me to do something, she should have given me money or resources. What's with seducing me? She wants me to do her a favor, and then expects me to serve her. There's no way she's going to get away with this. A sudden silence fell outside the office. Captain Su's thought process is indeed a little bit different from that of a normal person. It seems that other people might not be able to handle Secretary Kim. Oh right, Xiao Zhang, could you go buy me some walnuts? I'll reimburse you when you get back, okay? Su Yunfeng's mental energy stirred slightly. The office door closed automatically, and at this time, the phone in his hand was already connected. Old Su, what's going on? Who seduced you? Shen Yan's voice came through the receiver. Clearly, he had been listening for a while. Su Yunfeng pondered for a moment, then said, there was a woman just now who said she was the secretary of the Minister of Education of District 1. Please let me be Jiang's exam assistant and help him pass the entrance exams for the 3 major universities. Su Yunfeng did not hide anything. He recounted what had just happened in detail. Finally, she said, something's not right. I have a feeling she came to me because she thinks I'm easy to fool. Shen Yan, okay, I understand. I'll discuss this with Zia Fan. Upon hearing Zia Fan's name, Su Yunfeng nodded slightly. Zia Fan graduated from Xunwu Dao University. The previous president of the 9th District Martial Arts Guild died in battle 12 years ago. The position of president had been vacant for several years before Zia Fan was parachuted in to fill the vacancy. Su Yunfeng suddenly remembered that this was a phone call, and the other party couldn't see him nodding. So he answered after hanging up the phone. Su Yunfeng stared at the walnut shells on his desk. Then carefully pick out the walnuts mixed in and eat them. Not long after, Xiao Zhang, who went out to buy walnuts, has returned. Su Yunfeng looked at the 2 exquisitely packaged, almost identical walnuts in front of him. Silence fell. After a long pause, he spoke weakly. These are the walnuts you bought. Xiao Zhang beamed with pride. This is the best quality. The muffled pointed lion's head meatball. I personally went to the antique market to buy it. A one-on-one session costs 20,000 yuan in total. Captain Su, could you please report this? Su Yunfeng, Martial Arts Guild. President's office. Zia Fan sat upright, but a mocking look appeared on his face. Those guys in District 1 really can't sit still anymore. As he spoke, he glanced out the window. The rain wasn't heavy, but it showed no sign of stopping. The condensation of misty water vapor reduced visibility to extremely low levels. In this kind of weather, only spiritual masters dare to enter the wilderness. However, the number of spiritual practitioners is already small. However, they were unwilling to provoke other spiritual practitioners. That's why they contacted Su Yunfeng unexpectedly. Su Yunfeng, who had always seemed silly, was not silly this time. Shen Yan's heart skipped a beat. So, Chu Huyan is wrong. Examinees can't ask for outside help. Ziafan sneered Chu Huyan. He's just a trap those guys in District 1 dug long ago. This time, if students from District 9 really do get into the top 3 universities as elite candidates, the entire 9th district will receive attention from above. At that time, the originally fixed resources will definitely be tilted towards District 9. Break the monopoly of the previous districts on geniuses and resources. The higher-ups in the previous districts certainly wouldn't tolerate something like this. Therefore, they made arrangements well in advance. People like Chu Huyan exist in every district. Chu Huyan was unaware of the truth. But that didn't stop him from conveying incorrect information. What Chu Huyan said in the principal's office. It seemed like he was speaking to Jiang Fu. But he was actually speaking to the people nearby. If it weren't for this rain, Qi Ziayuan and other school leaders at No. 9 Middle School might actually arrange for people to secretly help Jiang Fu complete the exam. As for Jiang Fu, you will receive an exam confirmation notification later, which will explain the complete rules, and you will be required to sign a confidentiality agreement. If someone really helped him cheat on the exam, they could only swallow this bitter pill. Shen Yan was unaware of the exam rules, but that didn't stop him from picking up on some of the key points. Shen Yan pondered for a moment. Jiang Fu's parents left a will regarding a third-tier spirit fruit tree. It's being kept by the Martial Arts Guild in District 1. Ziafan was taken aback. A third-tier spirit fruit tree. That can't be real. If such a tree truly existed, wouldn't I know about it? Shen Yan smiled mysteriously, with a little manipulation. It can become real. The people in my office are all here for that potentially third-tier spirit fruit tree. Ziafan's eyes lit up. Shen Yan grumbled anyway. It was the people from District 1 who started it.